President Biden ramps up the economic pressure on President Putin, but insists the US and its allies will not fight a war with Russia in Ukraine.
Good morning. It is 6 o'clock on Saturday, the 12th of March. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Bev.
We're live across the whole of the UK. We're on your TV, your radio and online.
Coming up this morning.
Joe Biden addresses the American people, suggesting any direct confrontation between Russia and NATO would lead to World War III.
Direct confrontation between NATO and Russia is World War III, something we must strive to prevent.
Our reporter Paul Hawkins is in Romania this morning, where more refugees are heading after crossing the border from Ukraine. We're going to speak to him shortly.
We're live at the Holmeo crossing, where on Wednesday 8,000 people crossed this border with Romania, seeking refuge from the conflict.
And the Queen, who's just recovered from COVID, is to miss Monday's Commonwealth Day service, something she hasn't missed since 2013. We'll speak to a royal reporter about whether Her Majesty will return to normal duties soon.
If you want to get involved in any of our discussions this morning, email us gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet @gbnews.
So President Biden has addressed the American people, insisting the US will not go to war with Russia in Ukraine.
However, he reaffirms that any confrontation with NATO allies by President Putin would lead to World War III.
Now, it comes as the US ramps up the economic sanctions on Russia by downgrading its trade status with the country, which will see a ban on imports of Russian seafood, alcohol and diamonds.
Let's have a listen to what the US president had to say.
We will make sure Ukraine has weapons to defend against an invading Russian force. We will send money and food and aid to save the Ukrainian people. And I will welcome Ukrainian refugees. We should welcome them here with open arms. We're going to continue to stand together with our allies in Europe and send unmistakable message. We'll defend every single inch of NATO territory with the full might of the united and galvanized NATO. We will not fight a war against Russia in Ukraine. Direct confrontation between NATO and Russia is World War III. Something we must strive to prevent. But we already know Putin's war against Ukraine will never be a victory. He hoped to dominate Ukraine without a fight. He failed. He hoped to fracture European resolve. He failed. He hoped to weaken the transatlantic alliance. He failed. He hoped to split apart American democracies in terms of our positions. He failed. The American people are united. The world is united. And we stand with the people of Ukraine. We will not let autocrats and would-be emperors dictate the direction of the world. Democracies are rising to meet this moment, rallying the world to the side of peace and the side of security. We're showing our strength, and we will not falter. God bless all of you. God bless Ukraine, and God bless our troops.
Well, let's show you the live picture from Kiev this morning. And if you're watching, then obviously you'll see these beautiful scenes. If you're on the radio this morning, let me describe it for you. It's a beautiful morning in Ukraine. We've got a sort of picture from fairly high up of the skyline there, and it looks pretty peaceful, it has to be said. But those looks are deceiving. There are reports this morning of gunfire and explosions overnight. It is a very tense situation, but it looks calm, but it certainly isn't.
Well, the humanitarian crisis continues as millions continue to flee over the border from Ukraine into neighbouring Poland, Hungary and Romania.
Well, Paul Hawkins is in Romania for us this morning. And what's happening there, Paul, in terms of the refugee situation?
Stephen, from the Holmeo crossing in Romania, one of three major crossings anyway, on the Ukraine-Romania border. Just behind me, that is the frontier of the European Union, and on the other side is Ukraine. And then if we have a look in this direction, that is Romania. In the distance, there is the town of Holmeo. And just to give you the latest figures. These are from Romanian border officials on Wednesday. 21,000 Ukrainians entered. That is down 11%. 8,000 at this border. That's down 9%. 344,000 Romanians have entered the Ukrainians, I should say, have entered the country. 80% of them have made an onward journey to another country, and we're told that that is because a lot of Ukrainians want to go to countries where essentially the economy is doing better, where the standard of living is a little bit higher, and so they're transiting through to other countries. But there are still plenty of Ukrainians, according to border officials, 84,000 still left in Romania who have ties to this country. The language barrier, less of a problem here than it is in Hungary. So just to give you an idea, at the moment, no one has come through the border crossing yet. They come through by foot. And all these tents have been set up by Romanian charities, staffed by volunteers, as in other countries in Europe. This is in one tent at the moment. Some volunteers here waiting for people to cross the border. And that is the kind of situation inside the tent at the moment. There's a few benches there. And then if we look over here, it's a familiar scene, one that we've been bringing you throughout the past 10 days, really, here. Some more volunteers through here, and then as you can see, there's lots and lots of stuff that's been donated by charities. We've got some food here on this side, and at the back I know there's some toiletries in the corner. And another table, in fact, has been erected. That wasn't here last night. There were tables and chairs there last night where Ukrainians were sitting and trying to get some respite from the cold. In fact, we spoke to one couple last night. There was an Egyptian man and a Ukrainian woman. They had their daughter with them. They were trying to get to Egypt. And so there was a bit of confusion as to how they were going to do that. They also didn't have any data on their phone, so all the volunteers, and us included, were trying to help them make their journey. And in the end, they caught they got a lift all the way to Bucharest, which is about 300 kilometres away, and then they managed to catch an overnight flight to Cairo. They came across the border by foot, and they only had two plastic bags full of sort of their own belongings with them. It was a really sorry sight. It's a sight that we've been familiar with ever since we arrived, really, in this part of Europe.
I mean, the problem with this, Paul, is that this situation is just continuing to escalate, isn't it? We know the numbers are heading into the millions, and that's not even to bring into account the internally displaced within Ukraine. I mean, this is a trail of misery that is just showing no sign of ending.
Yeah, it's difficult to see where it's going to go, Stephen. I mean, the UN think that figure of the number of people leaving Ukraine will top 4 million, and we're almost at 2.5 million. One would think it could even go higher than 4 million, and then 12 million internally displaced within the country. So it's hard to see where it's going to go. Also, that's the way it stands at the moment with the level of military action that Russia has brought upon the country. That's only going to go up, and then we still have vast parts of the country, especially towards the west of Ukraine, that have yet to be properly attacked by the Russians. So one would have thought you're going to see a big surge towards that the border with Poland, and then indeed a surge towards here in Romania as well, as the conflict gets worse.
I've got to say, Paul, you've been in Poland, you've been in Hungary, you're in Romania now, and amidst all the pain and suffering that you're seeing, are you heartened at all by what you see in terms of what the volunteers in all these countries are doing? Because this does bring out at times the best in people, doesn't it?
It really does. It really does. I mean, as I was saying. As I've said all throughout our coverage, you simultaneously flip between heartbreak and heartwarming. You see the faces of the people. I mean, when we were in Hungary yesterday at a refugee registration centre, when we came in, there was a group of students from Nigeria and Comoros, and they were just they couldn't. There was nowhere to sleep. So they were sitting at the table, and they were just like that. And other people were slumped in the chair like that, and other people were just staring, and still had that look of disbelief that they couldn't quite take in what had happened to them. And then you had other families that were sitting around in chairs, just looking utterly exhausted. And it's heartbreaking to hear the stories, to see the goodbyes, to hear the crying, to see it, the last embraces as those of a younger generation, granddaughters, sons, then wave goodbye to their grandmothers, leave them at the border and then head back into Ukraine. Really heartbreaking stuff, but then really uplifting to see the humanitarian effort that has swung into action from all nationalities and the distances that some people have travelled here from Italy, Spain, Poland, Germany, and I know that aid has arrived from the UK as well, from volunteers over there. My own football team on a Sunday, they're sending a van over next week full of aid that they've gathered. So the response is incredible, and the lengths that people will go to help other people is very uplifting. And you see the best of people when just across the border there is the worst of people.
Okay, Paul, for now, thank you.
Thank you, Paul. He's doing such an amazing job. He was brilliant yesterday. We're going to drop in with Paul on and off throughout the show, so do keep watching. He's just, you can see yesterday by the end of doing 3.5 hours, you could see that it really is really getting to him as well, what he's saying. So,
well, seeing all that in the flesh is extremely difficult, and hopefully it helps shed a light for you watching, and indeed for us here in the studio, to get a sense of exactly what is going on, because this is, so often we talk about the politics, the geopolitics and all that sort of stuff going on. It's about real people at the end of the day, and that's what we want to tell you about, the impact on real people that all this is having, and it does bring a lot of that home, hopefully.
OK, let's bring you up to date with what else is going on today.
And President Zelensky has accused Russia of kidnapping the mayor of the southern port city of Melitopol in a breach of international law. In a video address, the president said Russia has now transitioned into a new stage of terror.
Just over 7,000 people were evacuated from 4 Ukrainian cities on Friday. That's down on the 2 previous days. President Zelensky is accusing Russia of refusing to allow people out of Mariupol and says efforts will be made to deliver food and medicines there today.
The Prime Minister will discuss Ukraine and the Northern Ireland Protocol during a meeting with the Irish Premier today. The leaders will meet before watching the Six Nations between Ireland and England at Twickenham.
Greater Manchester Police are appealing for information after a 19-year-old man died from stab wounds in Bury on Friday. The incident happened in the town centre, and the force is asking any members of the public who have mobile phone footage to please come forward.
Ofsted says many parents aren't equipped to teach their children at home. The education watchdog is expected to welcome the announcement of a new government register for home-educated children, which will be made at the School Leaders' Conference today.
The North East and North West of England are to receive more than £9 million each from the Department for Digital, Culture, Media and Sport. It's part of the government's £48 million levelling up drive to improve people's access to the arts and power economic growth through culture.
It might just be me.
Go on.
It might just be me, but being a good Northwesterner, as you are...
Yep, I'm from Bury.
You just sort of think,
Mention that.
do they really want £9 million each to improve access to the arts?
What, do the North want £9 million to improve access to the arts?
I mean, I just think £9 million could do a lot more than improve some arty-farty project that is meant to improve lives. How about actually doing something with the money that's actually going to make a difference?
I guess the thing is, if you work in the arts, you're going to welcome that.
You work in the arts.
But I think what we mentioned yesterday was the investment up north for the trains. I don't know anybody that lives up north who wouldn't want to see better train networks across the country. So, but no, I think we need to fund the arts.
Do you?
Feed the soul, Stephen.
Do you? I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan.
Any art?
I think, well, no, I mean, there are bits of art I like. I mean, I like a picture and all the rest of it. But I just think a lot of it is nonsense.
Oh, come on.
And a lot of it just doesn't... Does it really help you? Does it cheer you up if they build some weird statue in the middle of your town centre for £100,000?
I've not got a lot of time for weird statues.
You know, well, I wonder where this money's going to go. I don't know. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that this morning. gbviews at gbnews.uk. Maybe I'm just a Luddite.
Maybe
I'm just a Luddite.
We've only just met. I'm still working that out.
I could well be, you know.
I'll ask Anne Diamond. Anne Diamond's on holiday, everybody, so I'm here in her place just for this weekend and next.
She's in the Caribbean, having a lovely time.
Lucky.
Look, on the Ukrainian crisis and the refugee status, Robin's been in touch. Morning, Robin. He says the Ukrainians on TV are echoing Macron's words, even though our own government admits the system for dealing with Ukrainian refugees is not working. Johnson has been asked to explain why his rhetoric is not matched by his actions. And Emmanuel Macron, the French president, has criticised Boris Johnson for, in his words, pretending to lead the world in helping the victims of war. And he was talking at an EU summit in Versailles last night and saying, the UK government isn't doing enough as far as this is concerned.
Yeah.
I wonder if Macron should pipe down a little bit.
A few of you have picked up on this, actually. Pez has got in touch saying Macron telling us what we know from our figures. Johnson's been telling the world how much we're doing for Ukraine, when, of course, we're doing very little. He's agreeing with him. Johnson never misses an opportunity to sound like Churchill, but he's really more like Mr. Bean.
But President Macron's been trying to get very involved in this situation, hasn't he? And at the minute, he's done nothing but been made a fool of by President Putin. So it's an interesting one. Denise says, how dare Macron complain about our refugee intake? He's been sending thousands of them over in dinghies. Well, there you go. I mean, you know, it's
controversial.
Well, it is a controversial thing, but of course, there's this huge argument as to why the French don't do enough to secure the borders on all of this. Bonnie has been in touch this morning saying, why doesn't anyone seem to mind that President Zelensky is trying to coerce us into World War III with his no-fly zone demands? Billions of lives are at stake and not our war, says Bonnie. And I totally get your point. But I think if you're in that desperate a situation...
And you agreed to give up your nuclear weapons.
Which they did back in 1994.
On the promise that we would help them.
You know, I just think...
I understand his point.
Yeah,
but we don't want to.
They're pleading for help. But, you know, got to say, as President Biden said, if NATO gets involved, this is where things escalate. And so the West is at the moment just saying that cannot happen. But, you know, it's a fair... You raise a fair point, Bonnie.
One viewer who is anonymous has said it's not Putin that's mentally ill, it is Biden. He doesn't know what day it is, let alone what to do about Russia.
I think that's a bit unfair. I would suggest certainly Mr. Biden is perhaps not as sharp as some people would want, I think, in all of this, but he's...
That's a very polite way of putting it.
Well, yeah, it is, but, you know...
Sometimes he looks like he can't even get off a stage. He doesn't know where to go. I mean...
Well, he's 78 or 79.
Absolutely, now. Which is... I'm not disagreeing with that at all, but he doesn't often look like he's in control of his faculties.
Well, I would disagree with that. I would disagree with that. And he's very well advised. He's got all the advisors around him. He's not just controlling the whole thing himself. It's not an autocracy. But, I mean, I know there are some concerns. And Nicholas says the Soviet Union was broken up and divided by the West. He says this is from Putin's perspective. NATO and the West has moved further towards the East and is nearly on his doorstep. He decided to act against this. It's not morally right what he's doing, but it does make logical sense. And I think there is an argument to be made there that some people would say we should have listened to Russia's concerns earlier on, and perhaps this could have been in some way avoided. But of course, as Nicholas says, it doesn't excuse what he is doing right now. Keep your thoughts coming through. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
OK, after the break, we're going to be looking at the many organisations that are doing their bit for the millions fleeing their home in Ukraine. But first, let's get the weather with Mark Wilson.
Hello, it's looking rather unsettled across the UK through this weekend with showers or longer spells of rain. There will still be some sunshine in between, but it will often be windy, particularly through this evening, overnight into Sunday. So we look at the pressure pattern then, you can see the first frontal system has cleared its way to the north. That's what brought the rain on Friday. Behind it, a brief respite, but that's ahead of the next low pressure system that's winding its way up to push in from the Atlantic, bringing more wet and windy weather. So we look at the picture then for the first thing on Saturday morning then, quite cloudy with showery outbreaks of rain affecting many northern parts. parts, but actually improving for a time across Northern Ireland, much of England and Wales, with more in the way of sunshine, but still a few showers that could be on the heavy side. For many parts, winds will ease for a time compared to Friday as well. So I think in that sunshine towards the south, highs of 12 or 13 degrees will feel quite mild, highs of 8 to 10 degrees further towards the north. But already by the early part of the afternoon, we're seeing heavy rain and strong winds spreading into the southwest of England. We do have a warning in force for that. We could see gusts up to 60 miles an hour, and all that heavy rain will sweep its way northwards and eastwards as we head through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight. So by the end of the night, most places seeing some outbreaks of rain. But it's the strength of the wind we do need to keep the closest eye on. As we see this low pressure pushing in from the Atlantic, we see some particularly strong winds across western coastal areas. Again, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible in exposure, turning windier elsewhere as well. So we get off to a rather cloudy start on Sunday morning once again. Outbreaks of rain across the central slice of the UK. A bit of dry, brighter weather either side, but already there's a rash of showers affecting much of Northern Ireland, western parts of Wales and England. And again, these could be heavy with the risk of hail and thunder. And we've still got those strong winds across the country with further warnings in force across many western areas. Despite the cloud, wind and rain though, it will stay on the mild side. So after an unsettled day to come on Sunday, it will gradually settle down though as we head into the early part of next week. We'll see more in the way of dry, brighter weather, more in the way of sunshine, and thanks to that sunshine, temperatures should respond as well. So we could see highs of 15 or 16 degrees in the south.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
Make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel.
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
That you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Welcome back. Good morning. You're watching Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Bev.
It is 6:23. Now, as Paul Hawkins highlighted earlier on, the humanitarian crisis in Romania, of course, there are many organisations, charities and religious groups who are all doing their bit to help the millions of Ukrainian refugees.
One such group is the ACT or ACT Alliance, which is a coalition of 137 churches, and its Director of Communications, Simon Chambers, joins us now. Good morning, Simon. Thank you very much for joining us. First of all, tell us what your organisation does and who you're made up of.
Yeah, thank you. So ACT Alliance, ACT stands for Action by Churches Together, and we are, as you said, a network of 137 members around the world, which are churches and church-based agencies that engage in humanitarian relief, development and advocacy work together. So we work in about 125 countries, and right now we're very focused on the work happening in Ukraine and the surrounding countries, providing humanitarian relief to those displaced by the war.
What is quite refreshing about this, Simon, is that you're putting your money where your mouth is, as we would say here in the UK. You know, you're actually doing what, you know, it would be argued Jesus would want you to do. You are putting yourselves out there and helping those in the most need.
Absolutely. That's the role that we take, and it's something that we do because of our faith. It's because of who we are as Christians that we work in what's called diakonia, which is working in service to the world. And so this is part of how we do service, is that we take care of those who are the most vulnerable in situations like war, famine, disasters, those sorts of situations.
Logistically, what's the biggest challenge for your organisation right now?
The biggest challenge right now, I think, is trying to get supplies where they're needed. We know that a lot of places within Ukraine in particular, it's very difficult to buy food and other items that are needed. So we've been working with, for example, in Hungary, Hungarian Interchurch Aid, one of our members there, has been working with their government and also with the government of Ukraine and Transcarpathia region there, to be able to transfer goods across the border so that we can get food and medical supplies to where they're needed. So in the 2 weeks of the war so far, they've been able to ship 278 tons of food and needed items, as well as about 7 million euros worth of medical supplies into Ukraine, into Lviv and the Hungarian-Ukrainian border, where they're able to support IDPs, internally displaced people, as well as refugees fleeing into Hungary.
I mean, it's a huge effort so far, it has to be said. But in all of this, I mean, you're responding to immediate need, understandably so at this time. Is it still in the sort of focus of the ACT Alliance, so that this actually could turn into a very long-term project?
Yes, this is most likely going to be a long-term project, and this is in fact something that our members have been doing for many years already. Hungarian Interchurch Aid, who I mentioned earlier, they've been working in Ukraine since 1993. So we haven't just arrived because the war is happening. We've already been there and been working in that country. And we've had a number of members who've been responding since the situation in Crimea, the conflict there in 2014. So for the last 8 years, they've been supporting refugees and communities that have been impacted by the conflict in the region. And we will continue to be there supporting these communities in the long term. So right now, the needs in the immediate term are those life-saving things of food, water, hygiene, medical supplies. But in the longer term, as people are displaced and become refugees, they need support for rebuilding their livelihoods, for dealing with the psychosocial issues that they have by facing the violence and the upheaval in their lives that they've had to face. And the churches who are members of ACT Alliance are already there and will continue to be there supporting these refugees, these IDPs, in the situations that they find themselves in the months and years to come.
Do you have some frustration, given that the ACT Alliance has already been working in this area for so long? Do you have some frustration that this situation in that region has been allowed to escalate to some extent politically, so we find ourselves in this awful position today?
We never like to see situations where conflict is happening, and in particular, we don't like to see situations where civilians are targets of conflict. And so we are calling for an end to violence and a peace process to be in place to help to de-escalate what's happening there. But our role really is in the humanitarian sphere at this point, which is to be impartial and neutral towards what's going on politically and to provide aid to those who are being impacted by the conflict.
How important is faith at a time like this? I mean, not just for you, not just for your volunteers and for those who are contributing to what you're doing, but also, do you think, for those people who are crossing the borders and escaping this awful situation? And indeed, whatever their faith may be, how important is it to have something to try to support these people as they face all of this?
Faith, I think, is a really important aspect of life in general, but particularly in situations like this. Faith is something that you can hold on to in the difficult times. It is something that can get you through when it feels like you can't do any more. One of the things that churches have as an advantage when working in humanitarian situations is that they're also able to provide, I want to say, spiritual support to people, although not necessarily only in a Christian context, because we do work with people of all faiths and none. But because local faith leaders are in communities, they know the people in the communities and the needs in the communities, they're often able to provide support through prayer, through connection, through empathy, through conversation. And all of those are key parts of what needs to happen as well. And I certainly have found in a lot of humanitarian situations that where people do have a faith, they have something that serves as a foundation, that they are a little more resilient and able to get through. I don't want to talk in platitudes, but I do want to talk from my experience. And this is what I've seen in a variety of humanitarian contexts around the world.
Okay, look, Simon Chambers from the Act Alliance. It is really good to talk to you. Keep up the good work, and hopefully you can update us with how things are going in a week or two. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Stephen and Bev. I'd love to come back and talk to you about it some more in the future.
Thank you. Thanks very much. OK, stay with us. We're going to be back in just a few minutes with all today's papers with the broadcaster and journalist Petri Hoskin and the Labour councillor Kevin Craig.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows. Every day, we ask the questions that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
It is 6:33. Let's have a look at the papers for you this morning. We'll start with the Eye. It reports that Russian troops are closing in on Kiev with artillery moving into position outside the Ukrainian capital.
Kiev is ready to face the onslaught. That's the front page of The Times. It reports that residents who have stayed behind to mount a defence are relying on trenches, sandbags and relentless optimism.
Stinging criticism in The Guardian from the French President Emmanuel Macron as he says Britain is not doing enough to make Ukrainian refugees welcome.
The Express claims that President Putin is plotting a staged attack on the Chernobyl nuclear plant that it plans to blame on Ukraine.
Hope amid the horror is the headline for The Mirror. The story of a pregnant Ukrainian woman who escaped a bomb blast on the maternity ward she was in. She's since given birth safely to a baby girl. The Daily Star takes its eye off Ukraine this morning, instead focusing on Asia, where North Korea has just tested a new missile and India has accidentally fired a missile into Pakistan. Not now, says the paper. The Queen has pulled out of a Commonwealth Day service on Monday, fueling new fears for her health. Prince Charles is to take her place at the event. So, let's go through the papers in a bit more detail. This morning, unfortunately for us all, Petri Hoskin is here, along with Labour councillor Kevin Craig. Morning, but I am so rude to Petri Hoskin, but that's because I've known you for about 57 years and I love you to bits.
Yes, me too.
Yeah, so there you go. So
we're allowed to be rude to each other.
Do you know what? I keep saying we need a bit of a laugh and a smile every now and then because this is all doom and gloom. Petri, looking at the Express, and they're talking about a plot around Chernobyl.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about this, that this is probably a war where we've had more information than many other wars. OK, so there's lots of information. But we've got to be so careful about information that it isn't always fact. And you know, we've got so many stories going, where do we get this from? And it's printed as fact. And the fog of war is called the fog of war for a reason, you know? And the first casualty of war is always the truth. And so we don't know really what's going on. But, you know, there's stories about, you know, the US, Russia's saying is using bats for biological warfare, that they're creating diseases in bats and insects and things and sending them over to Russia with cholera and things like that in order to justify Putin using chemical weapons. But where is that verified from? And I'm always a bit suspicious about these stories. The other one, of course, is that, well, this one is very grim. It says that Russia is hoarding Ukrainian corpses. And whenever you see a headline with that, you know that it's, well, don't know. So I just worry that there's so much information that there's a real fog and a real danger as well of exacerbating things, poking the bear.
Poking the bear.
I mean, I know he doesn't really need poking, but of course he's got chemical weapons and he's got nuclear weapons. So I think that for journalists and for the rest of us, for everybody, it just needs to be a bit more cautious
about the rhetoric.
About stating a fact when it's an opinion or it's a theory. Say, we believe this, we think this. But when you see headlines saying, oh, they're storing up bodies so they can, and then they're going to blow up the power station to create a reason. And the other one at the moment is that they're firing rockets from Ukraine into Belarus to get Belarus to hate the Ukrainians and get involved in the war. Well, look, some of it is verifiable, a lot of it isn't. So just be careful.
Yeah, very true. Kevin, you've got a story in the Times, still in Ukraine.
Yes, but I thought this was a lovely contrast to what Petri just said, because if viewers and listeners today want to see the best of British newspaper journalism and war reportage, then go to the Times and go to the several pages by Richard Spencer. And it's really quite remarkable reporting that brings to life a true and deep sense of foreboding in the streets of Kyiv over the last 24 hours. You've talked about this morning some of the lovely pictures coming out of there this morning on the cameras, but he reminds us that 2/3 of Kyiv's 3 million residents have left. You know, this is such a large scale of evacuation. And he talks about, and this really resonated with me because I was actually in Kyiv in 2018 for 5 days. The architecture is part Soviet, part historic, and then the brands are very, you know, first world and modern. And I really felt that over there. It's an incredible city of contrast, but just beautiful, powerful war reportage. And I don't know how long journalists are going to be there safely, but quite remarkable.
Well, to be fair, I don't think they're there safely now.
They're not there safely now. And that story's on the, unusually, because it's on the front page and it's not really news, as you say. It's a colour piece, it's a fill-in piece, so it's unusual for it to be on the front page. But what's interesting about that is talking about the humour in the trenches. And this is something that people probably don't understand, that this goes on, that there is really dark humour there is through every war. And certainly when I was in Bosnia, the behaviour of, I mean, we were raucously laughing, being very naughty.
The human spirit,
but
though, isn't it?
How you survive.
It's how you cope.
Yeah. But a lot of people will go, how dare you laugh in a war? People are dying. And you go, yeah, but you know what? You weren't there.
Yeah.
You don't understand that actually it's built up tension.
It's one of those things that people like to get offended by.
They do.
Because, I mean, I certainly know from family experience that there is very dark humour in A&E wards.
Oh, my gosh.
There's
Newsrooms.
Newsrooms, terrible for it.
Seconds after Diana died, there were jokes flying around. I mean, it's not because we find it funny, but it is a coping mechanism.
Yeah.
But that beautifully is illustrated in that piece, is that the humour that's there.
Yeah. Petri, to The Guardian, please.
Yeah, not so funny.
Looking at President Macron, who I was saying earlier on, I sort of wish he'd pipe down because he's not had a very good track record over the last month.
No, but he's never going to pipe down, is he? No. Let's be honest. he's a man with a gob, and he likes to use it, particularly throwing shade at the UK. He doesn't like us. He never has, and probably never will. But on this occasion, I mean, it's not helpful, but I do think he's got a point. I mean, even a stop clock is right twice a day, isn't it? You know, I'm just saying.
Yeah, and I'm sure you've all considered as well. How would this be different if we were still in the EU right now? How would we have Macron slinging mud at us like that?
No,
I'm not
because
suggesting that would be a good thing, by the way.
We would. I guess we would have to take our fair share. The EU would make us take our fair share of refugees. Look. I think that Priti Patel, I think Britain hasn't read the room. I think that I know a lot of people by polling are saying, look, we're very happy to take people in. We want these refugees. These are war refugees. These are different. These are largely women and old people and children. But Macron is savaging the UK, it says on the front of The Guardian, for not making refugees welcome. And there's no question that we've built up this terrible bureaucracy, and Priti Patel has got this pretty wrong.
No, that's a fair point. Kevin, to defence spending in The Telegraph.
Well, this is a really important intervention here by Jeremy Hunt. And, you know, let us not forget that if Boris Johnson does not, in due course, survive the eventual publication of the Sue Gray report, remember that, then Jeremy Hunt will be one of the leading contenders. And he intervenes in a big piece in The Telegraph today, calling for a massive boost in defence spending. You know, we as a country, we only do 2.3% of our gross domestic product. The States does 3.5%. There's talk of us getting rid of 10,000 of our armed forces from an overall armed forces full-time number of 82,000. And he's saying the world's changed. And, you know, Labour with Keir Starmer are also piling in, saying that these defence cuts are not a good idea. And I think one of why this is such an important intervention and piece is that, number one, Hunt is a potential future Conservative leader, but we're going to have to spend more on defence. And I think how many opinions have changed in the last few weeks and months? The energy debate, for example, people more prepared to look at fracking, and bigger defence spending is inevitable, I think, and we're just going to have to suck it up, surely.
I think what this has taught us is that land warfare is still a thing. And we all, well, not me, I'm not responsible, but, you know, people thought, oh, well, we're still spending money on defence, but it's kind of the wrong kind of defence. And land warfare is a real thing and is happening now and could continue to happen across Europe. So we've all been asleep and gone, wow.
It's all cyber.
Yeah, it's all cyber. We don't need it. We've got drones, but actual tanks and boots on the ground is still happening and will still happen.
But it's going to... one thing to increase defence spending, it's going to be a lot... spend it in the right way, but it's going to be a lot of money.
I don't know that there's the public appetite. I realise at the moment we are all on tenterhooks because we're nervous about the next steps. But I'm just not sure that there's the public appetite to increase money at the moment when we want our hospitals to work better than because they're in a mess, and we want our schools back in.
But we want to be secure, don't we?
I think, Beverly, that if you were to ask people who were all pretty, you know, a lot of people are really scared at the moment. I think they might say, actually, I never thought I would say that, but
maybe.
Yeah,
and it's
maybe.
Going to
Need
cost
to be
more.
protected.
It's going to cost more, and there's going to be, I think, a big realignment about certain parts of our society, the wealthier and some corporations paying more for these improvements in defence spending and for public services. I think it's going to change.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, yeah. Oh well, we shall see and watch that very closely. We're on the verge of actually technically not having a British army, aren't we?
We are. They fit into Wembley Stadium.
Yeah.
It'd be ridiculous.
Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. It's really low.
Yeah.
They fit into Wembley Stadium. That is terrifying, isn't it?
Wow.
It is, and retention's an issue at the minute. To the Telegraph, Petri, changing tack somewhat.
Changing tack?
To a Ministry of Silly Walks.
From Monty Putin to Monty Python. I'm really surprised about this. Python is to return. Monty Python's Flying Circus is to make a return to British television. Now, it's a very small television company. I've not heard of them. It's called That's TV. But it's part of our national heritage. But it wasn't exactly PC in the 70s, was it? So I'm really surprised. It'd be like bringing Benny Hill back. And there was some conversation a while ago that one TV station was doing that. I love Python. And I think that anybody of my age group grew up with the stupid Python stuff, you know, Dead Parrot and all that. I mean, brilliant. But it wasn't exactly, I don't know how the woke are going to enjoy it.
With our 21st century taste kind of thing.
I don't know how it's going to work. But they're saying that there's a lot of young people that love it.
Maybe we're going to offend
let's
huge
please offend.
swathes of snowflakes.
Let's offend people with silly walks.
That'd be great. Maybe they have to put a trigger warning on before the broadcast.
They probably will. Yeah.
Well, I just don't know. Excuse the ignorance. Is this going to be reruns of the originals or newly produced content?
No, this is reruns of the originals in full, unedited.
Well, I'm amazed.
Because Python, this series belongs to any existing Pythons, and the negotiation was you do not edit a word or a scene or anything for 21st century taste. Perfect.
I
just wonder how it's going to go down.
But I find those reruns of the old comedies so interesting from a cultural point of view. I like to watch them unedited. It doesn't mean that they don't offend some people. Hey, listen, everything will always offend some people, right?
Yeah.
But I like to watch them to think, gosh, even if you have an intake of breath, I think, wow, we have come. And in some ways, we've come a long way for the better, let's be honest. But also in other ways, I think there is always
We've
a place
lost
for
humour.
comedy.
We're not
There's
allowed
always
to
a
laugh
place
anymore.
for comedy.
No.
I laugh at you all the time.
Well, yeah, but that's justifiable, to be fair. Pedro.
Easy.
Now, OK, look, we shall catch up with you two a little bit later on. Thank you very much indeed, Petri Hoskin and Kevin Craig. Oh, keep that kissing to yourself. OK, back to the more serious matters of the day. And since Russia attacked Ukraine more than 2 weeks ago, as we were talking about earlier on, more than 1.4 million Ukrainians have fled to Poland. It's the largest number of refugees the country has seen since the Second World War.
But instead of refugee camps, volunteers from across the world have arrived in Poland to open their arms to those in need, as our reporter Bradley Harris, who is in Poland, has been finding out.
A supermarket car park, now a refugee centre for Ukrainians fleeing their country. This man is handing out free SIM cards to those who arrive across the border, some with nothing. Since Russia began its war with Ukraine, the impact of it has echoed across Central and Eastern Europe. Most of them have arrived in Poland, where people from all over the world have welcomed Ukrainians with open arms. Paul is from High Wycombe in northwest London. He drove to Poland to help those at the border.
Literally got here about 2 hours ago. I've been inside. I've registered the vehicle. I've got to fill this in, registered it out, and I said, right, okay, where do I find people? They said, you have to find people. So they now want me to wander around, looking around for people to find. There's just no organisation whatsoever. So I have actually had a sign made up from the last refugee place, which actually in Ukrainian says I can take 2 people. There's, anywhere. I'll drive to Denmark if I have to. I'll drive to Sweden. I'll go anywhere. So, a couple of days ago, I took a family to Prague. They were in desperate need. The father had lost his wife. He was with his 2-year-old lad, and he had his sister with him. I drove 9 hours through the night, slept in the back of the van for 2 hours, and then drove 9 hours back. I'm totally dedicated to this. I've got a business at home which runs itself. I've got brilliant people. People have been donating, so I've got enough money for fuel, and I've got some friends coming over, but we need more help.
He's using his own van to move supplies. It's been a lifeline for him and those who need his help.
What is driving your passion?
just helping. I see stuff on the news all the time, but actually coming to a place and seeing the desperation. We've just helped. I've just bumped into a couple of people, British people. They've just come from Exeter. I've just literally organised. They don't know what they're doing. I kind of know a little bit. There's an old lady who's 70. She's got like a 5 or 6 year old kid with her. They're freezing cold outside. There's 2 lads who are like 12. There's 4 of them all together. I've loaded them up and they're now driving. So they're driving for 5 hours down to somewhere. I can't even remember where it was, but it's all set up on Waze. I've done all that. I've got the interpreter sorted out. They're on their way. We've just got to help people. It's really bad. It's bad out here.
This spontaneous reaction is seen everywhere in Poland. People coming together, sparking a humanitarian turning point. Bradley Harris, GB News, Przemysl.
Now, Her Majesty the Queen will not attend this year's Commonwealth service. It's due to take place at Westminster Abbey.
Buckingham Palace said the Prince of Wales will instead represent the Queen, adding that the monarch will continue with other planned arrangements, including in-person audiences. Well, to tell us more on this story, we're joined by royal and entertainment reporter at the Sunday Mirror, Sarah Robertson.
Sarah, morning to you. Look,
Good morning.
In some respect, I mean, it's a bit concerning in a sense, but we are talking about a very elderly monarch who's recently had this bout of ill health with COVID. We don't mind her taking it easy. It's got to be expected, hasn't it?
Of course it has. You know, this is the Queen. She's 95. As you just said there, you know, she has just got through COVID. She had a meeting in person with Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, earlier. And, you know, we saw her there and she was, you know, standing up and she looked well, but she can't be standing for long periods of time. She has said recently that she does have a little bit of trouble walking these days, and being at the Commonwealth service at Westminster Abbey on Monday would require her, you know, being out in the cold air, standing around, having to walk around, and she's just not at that point. You know, she is getting a little bit frailer now. She has to take it a little bit more easy. And this is us seeing again Prince Charles, her son, stepping up and taking on more of her royal duties, as he will do, obviously, when he comes to take the throne after Queen Elizabeth has passed on.
Mm. We can assume, I guess, that this is going to be the start of many more of those occasions where Prince Charles will be taking the place of the Queen. But the British public still have such a warm affection for the Queen. And Prince Charles hasn't quite, I don't think, garnered that kind of love from us yet, has he? Is that a very controversial thing to say?
I don't think it's controversial. I think it's just saying what, reflecting the mood. You know, there has always been, hasn't there, this reaction really around Charles, and I think it's obviously come from what happened with Princess Diana, you know, the divorce from Diana, the fallout from that, and Diana's death. And the public do have a bit of a love, no, I don't want to say love-hate relationship because that's probably a little bit too extreme, but there is still that little bit of feeling, sour feeling from Diana fans, you know, members of the public who haven't quite forgiven him for what went on all those years ago. And he's obviously gone on a charm offensive over the last 20 years to, you know, to show everybody how hard he works and that he's so passionate about this country and about leading this country, which I really believe he is. And when given the chance, he will make an excellent king. But I don't quite think the rest of the nation is fully behind that. And because the Queen, as you said, has garnered such huge public affection, not just in this country, but from around the world, to almost step into her shoes, it's hard, isn't it? You know, you're going up against one of the most loved and respected people in the world, and he's having to go up against that when he takes the throne. And clearly there's going to be so many comparisons made between him and his mother, and the way that she's led so selflessly her duty to this country and to the Commonwealth. But Charles is waited to be king. He wants to be king. He's more than ready to be king. So he will be stepping up, as we see, taking on more of these engagements and trying to show the public, look, I'm here, you know, we're united. You know, I'm going to carry on my mother's wishes, you know, her legacy, but in his way. He's going to be doing it in his way. So it is going to be very, well, not very different, but slightly different to obviously how the Queen's done it. But will be interesting when it happens.
Talking about doing things their way, there's more news this morning about Prince Harry apparently not coming to the Prince Philip Memorial.
Yes, well, this news, I mean, are we surprised? Are we surprised? I'm not surprised. We knew this was going to be the case, didn't we? Yet he's managed to find it in his schedule that he can go to The Hague in April for the Invictus Games. So he's saying he can't come here because of what's going on with the situation with the Home Office. He's currently in a legal dispute with the Home Office over what he says is royal protection. He claims he wants to be able to pay for Scotland Yard protection. He feels that he needs, because Scotland Yard protection officers carry guns. So he feels he needs that when he's over in this country for the safety of himself and his wife, Meghan Markle, and their 2 children. And he's saying because of that, he can't come to the UK. He can't visit the UK unless he is given Scotland Yard police protection. He doesn't feel having his own bodyguards, because they can't carry guns in this country as they can in America, would allow him to feel safe while walking around. But he's fine with going to the Netherlands. So, this is Prince Harry, as always. And he sent his condolences, he sent his best wishes. He says that he will visit with the Queen very soon. He hasn't given a date of when that is. But it just doesn't help right now his image in the UK. What fans he has are turning off him really quite rapidly with this. And I do understand why he's saying there is such hostility towards him, but he's engineering that for himself. He is his own worst enemy by, taking this stance, not being at his grandfather's memorial service at the end of March, yet going to The Hague. He's just inviting more unwelcome public opinion towards him.
Yeah, it doesn't help his cause, does it, in all of this? Sarah Robertson from the Sunday Mirror, good to talk to you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. Stay with us here on Breakfast. We've got all the top stories heading your way in just a moment.
Hello. It's looking rather unsettled across the UK through this weekend, with showers or longer spells of rain. There will still be some sunshine in between, but it will often be windy, particularly through this evening, overnight into Sunday. So we look at the pressure pattern then, you can see the first frontal system has cleared its way to the north. That's what brought the rain on Friday. Behind it, a brief respite, but that's ahead of the next low pressure system that's winding its way up to push in from the Atlantic, bringing more wet and windy weather. So we look at the picture then for the first thing on Saturday morning then, quite cloudy with showery outbreaks of rain affecting many northern parts, but actually improving for a time across Northern Ireland, much of England and Wales, with more in the way of sunshine, but still a few showers that could be on the heavy side. For many parts, winds will ease for a time compared to Friday as well. So I think in that sunshine towards the south, highs of 12 or 13 degrees will feel quite mild, highs of 8 to 10 degrees further towards the north. But already by the early part of the afternoon, we're seeing heavy rain and strong winds spreading into the southwest of England. We do have a warning in force of that. We could see gusts up to 60 miles an hour, and all that heavy rain will sweep its way northwards and eastwards as we head through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight. So by the end of the night, most places seeing some outbreaks of rain. But it's the strength of the wind we do need to keep the closest eye on. As we see this low pressure pushing in from the Atlantic, we see some particularly strong winds across western coastal areas. Again, 60 mile per hour wind gusts possible in exposure, turning windier elsewhere as well. So we get off to a rather cloudy start on Sunday morning once again. Outbreaks of rain across this central slice of the UK. A bit of dry, brighter weather either side, but already there's rash of showers affecting much of Northern Ireland, western parts of Wales and England. And again, these could be heavy with the risk of hail and thunder. And we've still got those strong winds across the country with further warnings in force across many western areas. Despite the cloud, wind and rain though, it will stay on the mild side. So after an unsettled day to come on Sunday, it will gradually settle down though as we head into the early part of next week. We'll see more in the way of dry, brighter weather, more in the way of sunshine, and thanks to that sunshine, temperatures should respond as well. So we could see highs of 15 or 16 degrees in the south.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon.
And Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
President Biden ramps up the economic pressure on President Putin, but insists the US and its allies will not fight a war with Russia in Ukraine.
Good morning. It's 7 o'clock on Saturday, the 12th of March. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Bev.
We're live across the whole of the UK. We're on your TV, on your radio, and online.
Coming up this morning.
Joe Biden addresses the American people, suggesting any direct confrontation between Russia and NATO would end up being World War III.
Direct confrontation between NATO and Russia is World War III. Something we must strive to prevent.
Our reporter Paul Hawkins is in Romania this morning, where more refugees are heading after crossing the border from Ukraine.
We're live at the Helmeo crossing, where on Wednesday 8,000 people crossed this border with Romania, seeking refuge from the conflict.
If you want to get involved with any of our discussions this morning, email us gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet @gbnews.
So we start with the news that President Biden has addressed the American people, insisting the US will not go to war with Russia in Ukraine.
However, he did reaffirm that any confrontation with NATO allies by President Putin would lead to World War III.
Now, it comes as the US ramps up economic sanctions on the Russian state by downgrading its trade status, which would see a ban on imports of Russian seafood, alcohol and diamonds.
Let's have a listen to what the US president had to say.
We will make sure Ukraine has weapons to defend against an invading Russian force. We will send money and food and aid to save the Ukrainian people. And I will welcome Ukrainian refugees. We should welcome them here with open arms. We're going to continue to stand together with our allies in Europe and send unmistakable message. We'll defend every single inch of NATO territory with the full might of the united and galvanized NATO. We will not fight a war against Russia in Ukraine. Direct confrontation between NATO and Russia is World War III, something we must strive to prevent. But we already know Putin's war against Ukraine will never be a victory. He hoped to dominate Ukraine without a fight. He failed. He hoped to fracture European resolve. He failed. He hoped to weaken the transatlantic alliance. He failed. He hoped to split apart American democracies in terms of our positions. He failed. The American people are united. The world is united, and we stand with the people of Ukraine. We will not let autocrats and would-be emperors dictate the direction of the world. Democracies are rising to meet this moment, rallying the world to the side of peace and the side of security. We're showing our strength, and we will not falter. God bless all of you. God bless Ukraine, and God bless our troops.
Well, let's show you Kiev this morning. And it's, a very strange situation when you look at some of those images, because it looks quite peaceful, looks quite nice. There's a vehicle on the move at the bottom there, as you can see, and the sun rising over Kiev. But of course, it's not as peaceful as it looks. I mean, of course, part of the situation is 2/3 of the people have left the capital now, whether they're out of the country or internally displaced. We understand there are about 12 million people internally displaced in Ukraine at the moment, but there have been reports of gunfire and explosions overnight. It would seem as though Russian troops are continuing to move on the capital. What they're going to do quite when they get there, of course, is another matter. There's been a lot of concern about the thermobaric bombs that we believe have been used so far. And is he going to move in and just try and flatten the capital? We just don't know at this stage. But as peaceful as it looks, it's a far from peaceful situation today.
Looks so beautiful, doesn't it, there like that? The humanitarian crisis has continued, of course, as millions continue to flee over the border from Ukraine into neighbouring Hungary, Poland and Romania.
Well, Paul Hawkins is in Romania for us this morning. I mean, what's happening in terms of the refugee crisis there, Paul?
Yeah, morning, Stephen. Morning, Bev. In terms of the refugee crisis here, just to give you the latest numbers, these are from the Romanian border agency. 21,000 Ukrainians entered on Wednesday, entered Romania. That's down 11% on the day before. 8,000 of them at this border, which is 50 miles longer than the border with Poland. So a really, really long border, especially compared to Hungary, which clocks in at 85 miles. This border with Ukraine here, 381 miles long. So in total, 344,000 Ukrainians have entered the country. 80% have left Romania and transited through to other countries. So according to the Romanian border police, 84,000 Ukrainians remain in Romania, and this is one of the points of entry. They arrive on foot. We've seen a few Ukrainians coming through here this morning, making their onward journey, and by the side of the road here, as in many other countries, humanitarian aid has sprung up to help those who are entering. We can speak now to Romeo, who's one of the volunteers who's decided to come and help out with the humanitarian effort. Romeo, thank you for speaking to us. First of all, why did you feel the need to help?
Because it's a need. A lot of people are coming here and they want and they seek for first aid. They are scared. They didn't know what will do for the next day. And there is a great need of help. You can see women that are crying. You can see children that comes here and they have questions. They have what's happened, what will be the next. So we are here to help, to guide them, to give them some food, some first help for them.
Yeah, well, just show us some of the help then. So there's some food here, and this has been donated by people across Romania?
Yes, from all over Romania they are coming here, and especially from the neighborhood they are coming with fresh food, with some goods they buy from the shops, and we are using them for these people in need.
Yeah, and then
sweets and for children, all kind cans. These are for little children that comes, and we have some clothes for them because they are traveling 2 or 3 days, and and they need to change their clothes. So we are interested to give them the first help for it.
And just here, just behind us, there were tables. This is more aid that's coming because there were benches here last night, weren't there? And now there are tables here. Are you expecting more people, or is it just a case of more aid has arrived?
We don't expect. We want this war to be finished, to be put to an end. We don't want to have more here, but we have to be prepared for the people that will come. Yeah. So we are prepared. The people are giving goods, so we are very glad. We are so thankful for all the people who have a thought and a heart to do something for these people in need.
Yeah, and speaking about the people in need, what kind of stories have you been hearing? There was a couple that arrived last night with their daughter. The man was from Egypt and she was Ukrainian with her daughter. They were trying to get to Egypt. Just tell us about how you helped them.
Last night this couple came with this desire, and they had a great desire to reach Cairo in Egypt. So we find for them transportation. At the last moment we found the car to transport them from this point, Halmeu, till in Oradea, and from there they have a flight for Bucharest. In this morning at 6 o'clock they reached the Bucharest airport, so they will have in this night the flight from Bucharest to Cairo. It was not easy. They are very suspicious. They are, it's a problem for them, but they need help, so we help them. At this time, they are in good hands, and it's good for them.
Yeah, and they gave you money to pay for the flight, and you booked the flights yourself.
Yes, I booked the flight because they didn't have. I don't know, internet or something happens with their phones, and I booked the tickets for them, and they gave me the money. They paid for this transport.
Yeah. So I mean, and
I was very glad to help them.
Yeah, and they didn't speak any English either, did they?
No, we had translators that help us. They didn't know English, only Ukrainian.
Yeah, and you're hearing stories like this all the time.
Yeah, it's a lot of stories, different stories, impressive stories.
Yeah,
and
how do you personally process all these? You're hearing all these stories. That's a lot for you to carry as well. Do you have a lot to think about for you up here?
Yeah, it's impressive. I don't want to be in their shoes. I want to help them, to make them hope. To encourage them to hope for their lives, because all the life for them it's upside down now. So it's a little help we can do. We can do for them. For me, these stories are unique, and it's every people has one life. Their life is broken for almost all of them. All of us need to be together to help them. Yeah, it's great when you find people who want to help. You are here to help. You are here to spread the news. I'm so glad that you are here, and the others are here. Doctor Without Frontiers were here last day. Some convoys from Austria go past the border and help a lot of people there. We are so glad for every people who are here to help. It's very good to be together with this nation, with these families, with these children. Individual lives are broken. So it's good to be together, to be near them, to be with them.
Well,
for them it's encouraging.
Well, thank you so much for speaking to us, and we're glad that we're here to show the good work that you're doing and to hear people's stories, of good and bad that's happened to them. So really appreciate it, Romeo. Thank you. Thank you, Romeo. There, and should add as well, one of the other volunteers, Remy, who's just made his way back to Cluj as well. He was a really good guy, and he was just standing in the street there talking to me, and he'd been sleeping in his car for a couple of hours overnight, really cold here in Romania overnight, and he was just, I kind of said to him, there's a lot for you to carry up there, a lot of the stuff that you're hearing and that you've seen and the stories you've heard. And he just had a little cry. He said sometimes he just has to have a moment to himself because he needs to process what is happening. So there's a lot for the people who are coming from Ukraine to process, and there's a lot for the people to process that are hearing these stories.
Yeah, absolutely. Paul, for now, thanks very much indeed. OK, let's talk to Piotr Drabic, who's the editor for ZET, a Polish radio station, who joins us now. Look, really good to see you this morning. What is the situation in Poland? How are the Polish authorities dealing with, I mean, the huge number of refugees you've had now?
Good morning. For now, we have more than 1.5 million refugees from Ukraine, which came from last 17 days. As I remember, in Warsaw, we have 200,000 refugees, and in Krakow, 100,000. Some of these people also traveling across the country and try to go to other city, or just traveling to Germany or other European countries. Yesterday, we get the special meeting of Polish Parliament, where the President Zelensky gave the speech. It was very emotional. It was very important it was very important message to Polish people, which helped the Ukrainians from first hours of this war. And for now, a situation going worse, because now we have much more refugees. Mostly, this is the people which don't have nothing. For example, walking to the border via walk without basic stuff. Of course, a lot of volunteers, a lot of policemen and other services try to help these people. But of course, now we start discussion about what we can offer more to these people, for example, work, permanent state, and so on.
Piotr, where are these million people actually living at the moment? What sort of accommodation are the Polish authorities able to find for them?
Most of these Ukrainians living in the private flats, because a lot of Poles offer own flats to share with Ukrainian refugees. Government now starting discussion about building something permanent for the refugees. A lot of cities, a lot of local authorities also offer something like a concert hall or stadiums for the refugees to stay for next week. But of course, now we need to decide about what we can offer more to these refugees.
I mean, what is the sense there? Because obviously a lot of people are, we know, are crossing the borders hoping beyond hope that they can return home before too long. Is Poland prepared for people to have to stay for much longer than anyone had expected?
The government prepared two very important laws. First is direct help to the Ukrainian refugees, give approximately, as I remember, less than 100 euro, like a money for the basic stuff, and also offer the help with the finding jobs and so on. Second law is helping to the Polish people, which offer own flats, own accommodation to the refugees, and offer, as I remember, it will be like 300 euros for 3 months, every month paying. And this is, of course, this is a proposition for now. But of course, we know most of these refugees want back to the Ukraine, back to own home. Of course, the most important thing is the ceasefire, is the ending of attack from Russia and Belarus territory on Ukrainian cities, and only a small group of these people back to Ukraine. Mostly, this is men which want to take part in the battles back to the Ukrainian army.
So it's the northwest corner of Ukraine which joins onto the southeast border of Poland. At the moment, Putin's forces have been mainly positioned in the east of Ukraine and slightly towards the southeast of the country. But as he moves, if he does, more north and west, do you expect more people from the part of Ukraine which actually is closer to Poland to move across the border?
Yesterday, I talked with one of the volunteers on the main railway station in Katowice. This is one of the biggest Polish cities. I meet a lot of Ukrainian refugees, and one of these volunteers said we observe much more refugees in last days compared than, for example, 2 weeks ago. And of course, it's possible. It's possible if, for example, Putin starts attacking cities on western part of Ukraine, like Lutsk or Lvov or Ivano-Frankivsk city. But for now, most of these people, of course, are from the central and eastern part of Ukraine. And of course, we expect more refugees which are crossing Polish-Ukrainian border, because Poland is for now is a front country. It's steady, but we are in the first front on this war, because we are the countries where there came much more refugees compared to Slovakia, Hungary, or Romania and Moldova. Of course, it depends from the geographic situation. All of the connections, like via rail and roads, it's much more better when you go from Ukraine to Poland.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining us there. That is Piotr Drabik, who is a broadcaster on Polish Independent Radio.
Now, a High Court ruling has found that the Met Police's actions in the run-up to the Sarah Everard vigil were not in accordance with the law.
Outside court, the solicitor representing the four women hailed the landmark win as a victory for women.
Today's judgment conclusively shows that the police were wrong to silence us. The decisions and actions by the Met Police in the run-up to the planned vigil for Sarah Everard last year were unlawful, and the judgment sets a powerful precedent for protest rights.
Well, let's talk to Peter Bleksley, former Scotland Yard detective. Really good to see you, Peter, as always. Look, did the Met get this so very wrong, do we think? I mean, why make the decision that they did?
Yes, clearly they got it dreadfully wrong. But this really cuts across what is a core problem with so much of policing. Policing is about control. It's a Saturday. So today they will be controlling people at football matches and on demonstrations, for example. They also control crime scenes, witnesses, suspects, each other. And when the police are confronted with a situation that they can't control, they don't like it. It unsettles them. And in this case, with this proposed and planned vigil, they got it wrong, plain and simple.
Just remind us, Peter, the background to this story, because it feels like a long time ago, but that might just be because we've had a very sort of busy news agenda. But this was the protest on Clapham Common during lockdowns, I think, or between lockdowns, where the scenes basically turned ugly.
It was, of course. This followed the appalling and dreadful abduction, rape and murder of Sarah Everard by Wayne Couzens, a serving Met police officer at the time. And an organisation to reclaim the streets decided to hold a vigil not only in Sarah's memory, but also to kind of garner some publicity and because of the worry about violence against women and girls. So it was a multi-purpose kind of gathering that was going to take place on Clapham Common in South London. At the time, there were Tier 4 restrictions in place because of the wretched coronavirus pandemic. And the Metropolitan Police decided that this was going to be an unlawful gathering, and so, in essence, they barred it. But the vigil went ahead nonetheless. It was a largely peaceful gathering, but the Met Police, in my opinion, were pretty heavy-handed in their policing of it. And we saw some very damaging images of women being held face down and handcuffed at a gathering that essentially was there to honour a murdered woman and call for action against violence against women.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not good optics, is it? I mean, but the problem is, Peter, that we do seem to be, the police at the minute, and the Met in particular, just seems to be getting kicking after kicking after kicking.
Yes, but that is with considerable justification. Only yesterday, a serving Met police officer was assaulted by battery because he headbutted a barman on a night out. the bad stories just keep coming. There is clearly something wrong amongst some officers with regards to their behaviour, the standards and the prevailing culture. Baroness Casey currently compiling a report into all of that. I await her findings with considerable interest, but something quite drastic and dramatic has to be done for the benefit of the good officers, because it's the good officers that are having the Met's reputation dragged through the mud.
Has something changed, Peter? Has something changed since your day, or is it just that more things are coming to light? Because it can't be, can it, that the Met is suddenly recruiting unsuitable people all of a sudden, surely?
Well, there's an awful lot that's changed about policing. In fact, in many regards, it's a completely different world from the one that I joined. But let's remember, when I joined in the late 70s, the Met Police was far from a perfect organisation then. And there will always be problems because it's populated by people and people are flawed sometimes. However, the problems run deep and they are multiple. There are concerns about recruitment, training, vetting, ongoing training. There are concerns about supervision. At the moment, so many officers are posted to the rank in an acting role. So a PC, for example, who works alongside his or her mates might suddenly get promoted to an acting sergeant. And you go from working alongside your mates to supervising them. And that is far from ideal. And that happens in other ranks as well. So these problems are not going to be solved with any kind of quick fix, but they really need to be for the benefit of the public. And as I say once again, for the good cops, of which there are very, very many.
Yeah, which is, is what people tend to forget, I think, in all of this. Peter, as always, it's good to talk to you. Thank you. Peter Blexley there, formerly of the Metropolitan Police.
OK, stay with us. Plenty more to come, including the latest drama from Chelsea Football Club facing further sanctions aimed at the club's owner, Roman Abramovich.
Hello. It's looking rather unsettled across the UK through this weekend, with showers or longer spells of rain. There will still be some sunshine in between, but it will often be windy, particularly through this evening, overnight into Sunday. So we look at the pressure pattern then, you can see the first frontal system has cleared its way to the north. That's what brought the rain on Friday. Behind it, a brief respite, but that's ahead of the next low pressure system that's winding its way up to push in from the Atlantic, bringing more wet and windy weather. So we look at the picture then for the first thing on Saturday morning then, quite cloudy with showery outbreaks of rain affecting many northern parts, but actually improving for a time across Northern Ireland, much of England and Wales, with more in the way of sunshine, but still a few showers that could be on the heavy side. For many parts, winds will ease for a time compared to Friday as well. So I think in that sunshine towards the south, highs of 12 or 13 degrees will feel quite mild, highs of 8 to 10 degrees further towards the north. But already by the early part of the afternoon, we're seeing heavy rain and strong winds spreading into the southwest of England. We do have a warning in force for that. We could see gusts up to 60 miles an hour, and all that heavy rain will sweep its way northwards and eastwards as we head through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight. So by the end of the night, most places seeing some outbreaks of rain. But it's the strength of the wind we do need to keep the closest eye on. As we see this low pressure pushing in from the Atlantic, we see some particularly strong winds across western coastal areas. Again, 60 mile per hour wind gusts possible in exposure, turning windier elsewhere as well. So we get off to a rather cloudy start on Sunday morning once again. Outbreaks of rain across this central slice of the UK. A bit of dry, brighter weather either side, but already there's a rash of showers affecting much of Northern Ireland, western parts of Wales and England. And again, these could be heavy with the risk of hail and thunder. And we've still got those strong winds across the country with further warnings in force across many western areas. Despite the cloud, wind and rain though, it will stay on the mild side. So after an unsettled day to come on Sunday, it will gradually settle down though as we head into the early part of next week. We'll see more in the way of dry, brighter weather, more in the way of sunshine, and thanks to that sunshine, temperatures should respond as well. So we could see highs of 15 or 16 degrees in the south.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
It is 7:30. Good morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Bev. It's time for the sport this morning. Aidan McGee, as always, is here. Morning, Aidan.
Morning, guys. How are you?
You're a one-trick pony today, aren't you?
I am, yeah. Well, that's every week, I think.
It's all Chelsea.
It is all Chelsea, yeah, exactly. I remember this story is just so big. I remember I've been there myself in my News of the World days. When a story is so big, you can pick up about 10 different newspapers, 10 different online outlets, listen to several different broadcast mediums, and you'll pick up about 20 different angles on the story. It's no different today. I mean, the only one that dovetails really is Matt Law's story on the back of the Daily Telegraph sports section, where he says that Abramovich has given a green light to the sale. Now, in theory, because he owns a club, he could make life difficult in terms of who the ownership of the club is transferred to. But he said, I'm going to make it as easy as possible. Apparently, according to the Telegraph anyway, that means we could see a sale at the end of next week. And then on the back.
But how does that work then? Because if there is a sale, he can't take any money from it, can he? So
no,
he
can't.
to give it away, doesn't he?
It's not giving it. Well, yeah, I suppose it is giving it away. In fact, on the front of the Sun, some fan groups have said that that he should give it away on a free transfer, to coin a football phrase. So, but that's effectively what he's going to have to do. But he will have some say. He will be concerned that it lands in the hands of the right owner. And this guy called Nick Candy, who is a property developer around West London, that would make sense in some ways. I think the government would probably prefer to give it to a British owner, given the climate we're currently in now and the zeitgeist of foreign owners and laundering money, etc. He's also the most likely to deliver or solve the problem of the new stadium. If you remember, Bev, we were talking just off a few moments ago, just off camera there, about what happened to the stadium plans. Well, there was £1 billion going to be spent on that ground. He shelved those plans because in the aftermath of the Salisbury poisonings back in 2017-18, he decided to pull away from the club a little bit in terms of the redevelopment of the ground. Don't forget, this is one of the most expensive postcodes in the world. You know, it's not easy to be. If you're in Stoke or if you're in Sunderland, you get ground. The council do whatever they can to help you build a stadium. In London, that's not the case. QPR, Fulham, Chelsea have been looking for new stadia for 20 years. So
this creates so much uncertainty as well for the players.
Oh, massively. I mean, look, let's look at the back of the Sun. I mean, I saw the interview yesterday with Thomas Tuchel. He's come out with this with so much credit, by the way. He's their German coach. He's delivered major success on the pitch and a tremendously impressive human being. But he's been honest about it. He's answering questions, in fact, that he shouldn't really be answering. It's beyond his pay grade in the sense that he doesn't have the answers to these questions, but he's trying his best amid trying to keep the players focused on the job in hand. And he said yesterday, the back page of the Sun, Charlie Wyatt's story, Thomas Tuchel claims Chelsea players and staff are scared over the disaster which has engulfed their club. And boss Tuchel admitted some players will feel uncertainty, some will be a bit frightened, some will be concerned. It's normal, and not only the players. He's speaking in the context of a war now. You don't normally hear football personnel say anything in these situations beyond the usual platitudes. But he's being honest and upfront, and he's confronting it. It's difficult to keep this stuff out of the dressing room. Now, they're going to Lille, and they're playing Newcastle tomorrow. They're going to Lille in the Champions League on Wednesday. They paid their fees to get to that game. It's, in theory, by the time of their next home game against their local, I wouldn't say rivals, but the Brentford, which is just down the road, the club could be sold. They could be back to normal. The programmes could be getting sold again. The merchandise and the club shops could be open. So, but keeping it out of the dressing room is very, very difficult. Players will also, we don't read the papers, it's about the job in hand. How can you possibly think that when there's a war going on? This is a moving story. You don't know who's going to own the club from one week to the next. You don't know who's going to pay the wages. It's very, very difficult. Thomas Tuchel's doing a fabulous job.
If Nick Candy gets it,
yeah,
at least they're sorted out for half-time entertainment, aren't they? Because he's married to Holly Valance.
Yeah, I know, exactly. Well, I know she's... I haven't seen her actually sing for quite a while. She was linked with the Southampton player about 20 years ago. She's been knocking around for a while.
Yeah.
And then he can sell his very expensive apartments to all the footballers. It's a match made in heaven, really, isn't it?
Yeah, he could do. Yeah, there's the yacht. There's the yachts as well. He's got more than one yacht. One of them's got a helicopter, and Diamond's always going on about his helipad.
He's got two helipads on it.
Is that right? 2
helipads on the Bromwich yacht. Look, with all of this, I mean, there is... It sounds sort of bad for Chelsea. They can't sell any more tickets and all the rest of it. But, I mean, presumably a lot of them have been pre-sold and a lot of season tickets.
Look, the ground holds 42,000. There are 28,000 season tickets. I believe that away fans will be allowed into the ground tomorrow from Newcastle because they purchased tickets before March the 10th. So the full effects of these sanctions won't be... In fact, they may not be felt at all, really. As I say, it's April the 2nd is when they're playing Brentford. It could be sold by then. Now, the issue then is sponsors might think long-term. We're seeing, for the benefit of the radio listeners, pictures of inside the Stamford Bridge. That might be how it looks in a few weeks' time when there's no fans in there, actually. But in theory, it could be sold in a few weeks' time. What I would say is that you look at the sponsors and you think, in 5 years' time, you're looking at 3 who want their logo taken off the shirt for tomorrow's game. You look at the Nike, for example, who are supposedly considering their position. They might think that the casual consumer might look at Chelsea and what comes up in your mind, even in 5 years' time, you're going to associate it with Putin, with Russia, with Ukraine, with the war. Will these brands want to be associated with Chelsea going forward when there are 19 other clubs in the Premier League they could put their money behind? Is a good question.
You know,
it's a fair point.
It's not fair to the fans, though, is it? It's not fair to the British
they took the trophy.
fans.
They took the trophies, though,
to
Bev.
have that perception.
They took the trophies.
Yeah.
That's what I'd say.
Look, we're out of time. Aidan, we'll catch up with you a little bit later on.
Thank you.
OK, stay with us, though, because we've got the papers in just a couple of minutes.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
At 7:38, it's time to go through the papers, and we're joined once again by the broadcaster Petri Hoskin and Labour councillor Kevin Craig. Morning to you both. Petri,
Good morning.
Let's kick straight off with The Guardian, should we?
Yeah, this is on page 6 of The Guardian. And Stephen, you and I talked about this on the phone a couple of weeks ago when we were chatting. And it was the fear of the destabilisation of Serbia. Do you remember we had a chat about it?
Yeah.
And I was saying, look...
That's still a hotbed, isn't
That's still a hotbed, and it has been for a long time. Well, there are fears now that Russia is likely to expand its confrontation with the West by pressuring Serbia into undermining the independence of Kosovo and other Western Balkan countries. And you remember that in 1995, the Dayton Peace Treaty sort of drew up what the future of the Balkans would look like, and that was, was a great deal of shenanigans going on with that, but it was finally agreed. It's never been agreed with happiness and satisfaction, let's put it that way. And it's been a great concern of mine for quite a long time that that's still bubbling away. And now it would appear, and like I said, these are the interesting things that Stephen and I talk about, by the way, when we're chatting on the phone.
We do. It gets very serious.
We're right laugh, we are. But we were talking about this and saying, we're very concerned that this could be, Serbia is a friend of Russia, and it could be used, what's going on in Ukraine, to destabilise that part of the world as well. So then you would have, two conflicts in the heart of Europe without actually being able to trigger NATO.
Yeah.
So this is the real problem now, and there's a very good piece here. These are dark days for Europe, this quote is, and saying, we're witnessing something that's horrible. We saw similar horror here in Bosnia-Herzegovina in the 1990s. And we could see it again.
But whereas we did obviously send in troops and peacekeeping
United
troops,
Nations, I went in with them,
But we would, if they're tied in with Russia, then we'd have our hands tied with that, wouldn't we?
Exactly that. Although United Nations, of course, can't go into Russia because Russia's got the veto, which I think is absolutely bonkers, by the way. If you're an aggressor, you lose your vote, surely.
So they need to get rid of the whole veto system.
But they need to get rid of the whole... Because if you are actually the one causing the war and you get a right to say what happened, that is bonkers.
Can I take issue with that, on that, Petri? Because the whole nature of how these global institutions work is that even if you don't like it at times, major superpowers do have a veto, and that's kind of what so far has kept
But not if the major superpower is the aggressor. How do they get a say in what the United Nations does, particularly in terms of peacekeeping and protecting human life, when they're the ones that are destroying it? If you are the aggressor, I think you should lose your vote.
But it happened to us historically, there was
then we should have lost our vote.
Well, in the Falklands, though, we were on our own when we decided to go down there and protect that territory. Many said that it should go back to Argentina.
That was a defensive action, wasn't it? That was a defensive action as opposed to an attacking one. It's different if you're the aggressor.
I mean, the United Nations at the moment is
they're eunuch,
just
useless.
They're impotent, aren't they?
Absolutely
impotent.
Pointless.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Do you think you don't think they've helped trigger sanctions? The gradual. I mean, I think all of us would tomorrow want to click our fingers and have Putin out of there and this stop right now. But the world is so more nasty and complicated than that. And the UN, I think the debates there that you saw the American representative, a really impressive woman, and aren't they leading? Aren't we getting some sanctions? Aren't we squeezing Russia as much as we can?
All I can tell you, Kevin, is that when there are refugees at stake here, and I saw this probably on a minor scale now compared to what's going on in Ukraine, where the Blue Beret and the United Nations were absolutely vital in protecting the life of the innocent. And the United Nations, they had to be there, and they defended these people. And now in Russia, they are not there because Russia says it doesn't want them to be there. And Russia's the aggressor. It's wrong.
It is wrong.
Kevin, you're a Chelsea fan.
Yes.
Whether you just heard our section with Ada there.
I did.
What's your take on this, and what are the Sun saying?
Well, I was really interested in your discussion with Aidan just there, which was great. But an additional angle to this is, and as well as being a Labour councillor, I've started a multi-million-pound PR firm. And so the newspapers, I study them geekily.
It's not a sentence you hear very often.
I know. But I was geekily interested in the Sun leader today. Listen to this language about Chelsea. Roman Abramovich could potentially destabilise the future of Chelsea. Indeed, he might have been told to destabilise Chelsea by his ally Putin. The baby-killing dictator will have no sentiment over the future of a 117-year-old English football club, but Abramovich may have a chance to redeem himself. The language being used by the owner of a British football club, unimaginable 6 months ago. And it's going to be fascinating at the match tomorrow. My 60-year-old daughter is a crazy Chelsea fan, to see how the fans behave and what the feeling is. But I you know, the fact that he is on the edge of having to potentially give this away, and the language about him in a British leader is remarkable.
I think it's justified.
Well,
about Putin, yes. Sorry,
about
Petra.
Putin, but also Abramovich himself. He's a extremely wealthy, mate of this wannabe emperor, and we're having to freeze their money. He shouldn't profit from it, because that's the whole point.
Yeah.
Where did he get his money from?
That is the question.
Yeah, always is.
Can we have a look, because we're almost out of time, Petri, can we have a look at the Sun and women in Ukraine?
Yeah, this is an incredible story, and this is about the young women soldiers that, because we hear about all the young men joining the Ukrainian army, all the people who are taking part, the old, the young, but it's always the men that we hear about, apart from the odd model, which I find. Do you know what I mean, Beth?
Yeah, I do know what you mean.
Oh, here's an
excellent cheekbone.
Model. Who cares? She's a brave woman.
Yeah.
But of course, it's all about looks, as ever. But there's lots of photographs of these very beautiful young Ukrainian women, it has to be said, taking up arms. And why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? The girl, this infuriates me that it's even a story. But it's like, oh, women can do this too. There are women in the armed forces, and I've worked with many of them, and they are fantastic, brilliant, wonderful soldiers or air people or whatever it is that they're doing. They're not women first. But Amanda Platel has written a piece asking if our young women would do the same. Yes, I believe they would.
Yeah.
They are brilliant. I've got a niece who is, she's 16 now, and she's like, if they come for me, I don't want to go to Ukraine, but if they come into British soil, I'd defend it. And I think women, of course they would. They're just people. After all.
We were talking about this last night with my father-in-law's ex-Royal Marine, and we wondered, though, you look at the Ukrainian patriotism, the sacrifice, the bravery, and we wondered, is our country at the same place? Are we?
We haven't had the same history that they've
That's
had,
it.
though.
Yeah, I know we're not being attacked, but would we? Would we fight?
I think.
I don't think we
I'm
would.
not sure.
Do you
we
not
would.
think? Do you not?
You don't think
I
we're
do.
a patriotic country?
I do. I'd be out there.
I think we're less than we were, Stephen. Actually. I worry about it.
It's not about patriotism. It's about protecting your family. If you take it down to the minuscule,
hope
it's not
so.
about fighting for the country. And many of these Ukrainians are fighting for their freedom, for their family, rather than under some big umbrella. And I think we would.
I think it's also really important to say for any teenagers that might be watching this, it's a bit early for teenagers to be up on a Saturday morning, you probably won't have to do that. So I have an 18-year-old son, and genuinely that generation are really frightened. Your 16-year-old daughter, they hear about, they read about, they learn about World War I, World War II, they learn about having to go and fight, and now they are asking these questions. Am I going to have to fight him, Mum? No. I think we just need to let teenagers know. It's not going to happen.
Like you said, Beverly, there won't be a single one of them.
We have a very reassuring ocean around us. We have sea around us.
Well said.
So just sleep easy.
Let's hope you're right. Petri, Kevin, thank you both. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on. Now, Colchester United are doing their bit to support the evacuation efforts of Ukrainian citizens by dedicating their upcoming home fixture against Forest Green Rovers.
That's right. The Essex team will donate all gate receipts towards helping refugees escaping to neighbouring countries. Our reporter Amelia Harper joins us from Colchester to tell us more.
Well, welcome to a beautiful early morning at Colchester United Football Club. And you're exactly right. They are trying to raise money to help refugees displaced by the war in Ukraine. And I'm here with the club chairman, Robbie Cowling, who's going to tell us more. You have a match on the 21st. Tell us who this is against and what the plans are and where this money is going to go, because you've teamed up with the British Red Cross.
That's right, yeah, we've got a game against Forest Green Rovers. It's a league game, it's an important one for us. We're fighting our way at the bottom of the league at the moment, so it's important we win games. But it's on television, it's on Sky, and having watched what's going on in the Ukraine and sitting back and feeling hopeless and seeing all this devastation and wondering what I could do, you know, seeing the kind acts that the Polish neighbours have been doing, I just kept trying to think what we could do, and then I came up with what I felt was going to be needed, you know, in the next few months is money, sadly. It's going to be money to buy aid when out in that area, and I just thought that I wanted to get the game on, fill our stadium and give all of the match receipts to the Red Cross so that it can go to humanitarian aid.
And you've got a capacity of about 10,000. How much are you hoping to raise? How much are tickets?
Yeah, so we've made every ticket £10, and so obviously what we're trying to raise is £100,000. Now, we know that if we can fill the stadium, it's not going to be a lot of money in the whole scheme of things, but every bit's going to help those individuals that it does go to. But what we really want to do is inspire other people to follow on and do what we're doing. You know, it doesn't have to be football clubs, it could be rugby clubs, it could be cinemas that could do something where they could put something on and give those proceeds, you know, to this cause, because there's a lot of money going to be required because you can see the devastation that's going on. And even during the conflict and after, there's really going to be a lot needed to help these people.
Absolutely. And you plan for the club to wear a special kit, is that right? Just tell us more about what we could see the players wearing.
Yeah, so we're going to wear a yellow and blue kit that's quite similar to what the Ukrainian national team would wear when they play. So, you know, we wanted to do that. We're going to auction those kits off afterwards as well, and all that money would go too. So, yeah, we just thought that would be the way to do it. And I think the other thing is, if other clubs do it, and it really gets, you know, gets some momentum, then hopefully people out that are suffering will hear what's happening for them, you know, many miles away, and it can lift their spirits, because you can see reports where they are living without water, without electricity, struggling to get food, and yeah, I think that's what we hope.
I just want to get one last thought on, we've been talking on the show about Chelsea Football Club. Of course, their owner, Roman Abramovich, has been sanctioned by the government. There's a ban on selling match merchandise and a ban on selling new tickets. What are your thoughts on this briefly before we come to a close?
Yeah, so I actually rang up the EFL yesterday. I don't have contacts at the Premier League, but they do. So I asked them to get in touch, because it seems a no-brainer to me that we should be selling those tickets, and all of that money can also go to, you know, maybe to the Red Cross or to some other charity that Chelsea would like it to go to. But it seems crazy that there's going to be a demand for those tickets, and they're just not going to sell them, and it could raise an absolute fortune that would make what we're trying to do insignificant.
Well, thank you very much, Robbie, for your time. It's really interesting to hear your thoughts on the ongoing developments with regards to how you're supporting Ukraine. Best of luck with that match to come.
OK, Amelia, thank you. Now at 7:51, UK house prices have risen at their fastest rate in 15 years, according to the Halifax.
With demand outstripping supply and the average house price up 7.8% on the year. What are the best tips when looking to purchase a property or to sell the one you already own?
Well, let's talk to Head of Research at Zoopla, Gronya Gilmore, who can hopefully give us the lowdown on all of this. Gronya, it's great if you're wanting to sell your house, but if you're looking to buy, there's a lot of competition out there.
There really is a lot of competition, as you say, in the market. And we saw that demand for people wanting to move home or buy their first home really rise after the end of the first lockdown, back when the pandemic began. Because what the lockdowns meant that a lot of people were spending a lot of time at home in their houses and really reflecting on how and where they wanted to live. And we are still seeing that demand in the market now. We had a stamp duty holiday. That was a very busy time. But even after that's over, we're still seeing demand in the market.
We all got really sick of our own houses, Gronya, you're right. That's kind of what you're saying, isn't it? And it forced us to, you did it, but then you live in a beautiful place. But I think it forced us to consider what we want out of life. Lots of us, and especially those with children, when you're trapped in the house with your kids, kind of came out the other side and said, I need a bigger garden, I want an office to work from home. Are those the kind of changes that people are looking to make?
Absolutely. So homes are great But when you're spending all your time in it and trying to teach children and trying to work from home, gardens we know have become a lot more popular, and that is why family houses in particular are in such strong demand, because they typically come with a garden or some sort of outside space. Flats as well with balconies were very popular, but in the last 4 or 5 months, we've also seen a swing back to more normal market conditions. We're seeing demand really rising for flats in city centres as well. And it's understandable. City centre life has opened up again. Things are practically back to how they used to be back in early 2020. So we're seeing demand for all sorts of homes right across the market at the moment.
Yeah, but the problem is, Grania, as we always say when it comes to house prices over the last sort of 10, 15 years or so, it's all well and good if you've got a house and you want to upgrade to a bigger family home or whatever it may be. It's getting on the property ladder which is becoming ever more problematic.
That is why the government is very keen to introduce schemes. It's encouraging mortgage lenders, for instance, to be kind of helping those first-time buyers who don't have access to a large deposit. It's really angling to make sure that they can get onto the ladder by being able to get a mortgage. But what we are seeing signs of is that there is more supply starting to come to the market. That's great news, because what was actually inhibiting supply towards the end of last year, i.e. people not listing their homes for sale, especially family houses, was that they were worried that the house would sell so quickly they wouldn't be able to find somewhere else to live. So just people starting to list more homes just means the market will normalise more and everyone will have a better opportunity.
Mm.
What about the situation across the UK? Because obviously there's such disparity when it comes to prices, and of course the London bubble that everyone talks about. I mean, are we seeing a similar increase percentage-wise in prices up and down the UK?
No, we have seen price rises of 16% in some areas of Wales over the last year, whereas in London the average prices are up about 2.3%. In this very centre of London.
Sorry, Granny, to interrupt you, but is that because of you get more space for your money? Perhaps in Wales they might have larger gardens, less population density.
There's definitely a correlation between the more affordable markets across the UK and where we've seen the highest price rises. And another factor that we haven't mentioned yet, of course, is the beginning of hybrid working. So there's plenty of people working who will be tied if they're working in a hospital or working in retail. But for all those office workers, this introduction of hybrid working means that they have the option to perhaps move further away from the office than they would have ever considered before. And that has opened up whole new markets across the UK.
OK. Grania Gilmore from Zoopla, really good to talk to you this morning. Thank you. Let us know if you're trying to get onto the property ladder at the moment. Let us know how you're getting on with all of that. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Now, stay with us because we have plenty more to come. We're going to be live from Romania's border with Ukraine as President Biden ratchets up the pressure on Russia.
Hello, it's looking rather unsettled across the UK through this weekend with showers or longer spells of rain. There will still be some sunshine in between, but it will often be windy, particularly through this evening, overnight into Sunday. So we look at the pressure pattern then, you can see the first frontal system has cleared its way to the north. That's what brought the rain on Friday. Behind it, a brief respite, but that's ahead of the next low pressure system that's winding its way up to push in from the Atlantic, bringing more wet and windy weather. So we look at the picture then for the first thing on Saturday morning then, quite cloudy with showery outbreaks of rain affecting many northern parts, but actually improving for a time across Northern Ireland, much of England and Wales, with more in the way of sunshine, but still a few showers that could be on the heavy side. For many parts, winds will ease for a time compared to Friday as well. So I think in that sunshine towards the south, highs of 12 or 13 degrees will feel quite mild, highs of 8 to 10 degrees further towards the north. But already by the early part of the afternoon, we're seeing heavy rain and strong winds spreading into the southwest of England. We do have a warning in force for that. We could see gusts up to 60 miles an hour, and all that heavy rain will sweep its way northwards and eastwards as we head through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight. So by the end of the night, most places seeing some outbreaks of rain. But it's the strength of the wind we do need to keep the closest eye on. As we see this low pressure pushing in from the Atlantic, we see some particularly strong winds across western coastal areas. Again, 60 mile per hour wind gusts possible in exposure, turning windier elsewhere as well. So we get off to a rather cloudy start on Sunday morning once again. Outbreaks of rain across the central slice of the UK. A bit of dry, brighter weather either side, but already there's a rash of showers affecting much of Northern Ireland, western parts of Wales and England. And again, these could be heavy with the risk of hail and thunder. And we've still got those strong winds across the country with further warnings in force across many western areas. Despite the cloud, wind and rain though, it will stay on the mild side. So after an unsettled day to come on Sunday, it will gradually settle down though as we head into the early part of next week. We'll see more in the way of dry, brighter weather, more in the way of sunshine, and thanks to that sunshine, temperatures should respond as well. So we could see highs of 15 or 16 degrees in the south.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
President Biden ramps up the economic pressure on Vladimir Putin, but insists the US and its allies will not fight a war with Russia in Ukraine.
Good morning. It's 8 o'clock on Saturday, the 12th of March. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Bev.
We're live across the whole of the UK, on your TV, on your radio and online.
Coming up this morning.
Joe Biden addresses the American people. He says any direct confrontation between Russia and NATO could mean World War III.
Direct confrontation between NATO and Russia is World War III.
Our brilliant reporter, who's doing an amazing job this week, Paul Hawkins, is in Romania this morning, where more refugees are heading after crossing the border from Ukraine.
We're live at the Holmeo crossing, where on Wednesday 8,000 people crossed this border with Romania, seeking refuge from the conflict.
And we're going to take a look at the war of words online, where Facebook owner Meta now says it's okay to call on violence against Russians.
So if you want to get involved with any of our discussions, we would love to hear from you. Email us gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet @gbnews.
So we start with the news that President Biden has addressed the American people, insisting the US will not go to war with Russia in Ukraine.
However, he did reaffirm that any confrontation with NATO allies by President Putin would lead to World War III.
Of course, it comes as the US ramps up economic sanctions on Russia, downgrading its trade status, which would see a ban on imports of Russian seafood, alcohol and diamonds.
So let's have a listen to what the US president had to say.
We will make sure Ukraine has weapons to defend against an invading Russian force. We will send money and food and aid to save the Ukrainian people. And I will welcome Ukrainian refugees. We should welcome them here with open arms. We're going to continue to stand together with our allies in Europe and send unmistakable message. We'll defend every single inch of NATO territory with the full might of the united and galvanized NATO. We will not fight a war against Russia in Ukraine. Direct confrontation between NATO and Russia is World War III, something we must strive to prevent. But we already know Putin's war against Ukraine will never be a victory. He hoped to dominate Ukraine without a fight. He failed. He hoped to fracture European resolve. He failed. He hoped to weaken the transatlantic alliance. He failed. He hoped to split apart American democracies in terms of our positions. He failed. The American people are united. The world is united. And we stand with the people of Ukraine. We will not let autocrats and would-be emperors dictate the direction of the world. Democracies are rising to meet this moment, rallying the world to the side of peace and the side of security. We're showing our strength, and we will not falter. God bless all of you. God bless Ukraine, and God bless our troops.
Well, the humanitarian crisis continues as millions continue to flee over the border from Ukraine into neighbouring Poland, Hungary and Romania.
Well, Paul Hawkins is in Romania for us this morning. I mean, talk us through what's happening, Paul.
Yeah, we are in Chelmeu, which is a border crossing along the enormous Romanian-Ukrainian border, frankly. It's 50 miles longer than the Polish border where we were earlier in the week. There are 3 major crossings, and this is one of them, although at the moment no one has come through yet, and the volunteers are telling us that is the first time since the start of the war that it has been that quiet. Just to give you the latest figures on Romania, this is the latest figures from the Romanian Border Agency. 21,000 people entered the country on Wednesday. That's down 11%. 8,000 through the border that is behind me. In total, 344,000 people have entered the country. 80% of them have left, and that leaves 84,000 people who are in Romania. The President Klaus Iohannis, his government are looking at providing more semi-permanent and permanent accommodation. A humanitarian effort has sprung up to help with the people as soon as they come across the border, but there is of course an issue when it comes to more permanent residents. So they're looking at that sort of thing. In the last few minutes, this truck has just pulled up. We're just going to have a little look round the back, just see what they're loading and unloading. They're taking away some crates, so let's have a look at what's on those crates there. But this vehicle, part of the humanitarian effort, which we're going to show you now. If we have a look, this is in this tent. This is where the volunteers come when they first. If you just have a little poke in there, Jim. This is where the volunteers first come when they enter. There's the registration desk. There's a wheelchair in the corner, and this is where they sort of complete the first little bit of paperwork. In terms of, not from the border authorities, they do that over there, but the paperwork in there is so that the charity can get their details and match them with their needs. You've got a crate here full of bread. Hi. We're just gonna. Can you step over that, Jim? Do you think just if you could give Jim a hand? Sorry, we just had this crate put in the way. It's going to come out of the way. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you. So yeah, so look, nobody has arrived here through this crossing this morning, but still aid is arriving. So you saw the bread there. They're here. They're busy unpacking it into boxes. You've got some cakes over here, and down here there's some soft toys for the kids. Hello. Hi. You okay? Hello. So you've got the soft toys for the kids here, and I know that this box here was empty last night, and it was as the children were coming in, they were picking up the toys out of here, and it was really heartwarming to see them like with smiles on their faces. Through here, there's some toiletries, some little kids' shoes here, bless them. And then some more sanitary products. There's a puzzle there, so they've got everything here. And then over here, there were quite a few Ukrainian families last night that were seated here. There was some seating area here, and now some tables have sprung up with aid on them. So that's kind of what's happening here at the moment.
It's heartbreaking, Paul. I mean, you said those little children that were just with you there. I mean, because of course, predominantly this is a refugee crisis of women and children, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, absolutely. Predominantly women and children that are coming across the border because a lot of men are being sent back to Ukraine to fight if they're aged 18 to 60. There are medical exemptions, or if you're a single parent, you're allowed to carry on because obviously you've got to look after your children. But most of the time it's women and children coming across the border. That said, yesterday in Hungary we spoke to a woman who'd brought across 52 children on a bus with 2 other adults. The parents of those children had dropped the kids off at an academy over across the border in Ukraine and then gone back to fight. They'd left their children there. These were kind of teenagers, sports students, and gone back to fight. And then these 3 adults were in charge of 52 children coming across the border into Hungary. They didn't speak the language. They didn't have any contacts in Hungary, and so they were kind of making it up as they went along. So, you know, it is heartbreaking to hear these stories. And actually, I was going to say, out of all the Ukrainians I've spoken to, we're talking about Joe Biden saying that if the US were to put a no-fly zone in across Ukraine to come into conflict with Russia, then it would spark World War III. A lot of the Ukrainians you speak to say World War III has started, right? It's not going to start, it has started, and the phrase they always use is that you need to close the sky. That's the phrase they use, close the sky. Many Ukrainians you speak to would like the US to get involved, so it's interesting to hear Joe Biden talking about, you know, potentially kick-starting World War III when a lot of Ukrainians we speak to say that it has started already.
Yeah, well, it has for them, hasn't it? Look, Paul, thank you. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on.
Okay, well, this is the picture live from Kyiv this morning. We've been watching this since 6 a.m. There have been reports of gunfire and explosions overnight. We've been watching the sunrise. It all looks fairly peaceful. From what we can see at the moment, some cars still driving around there. Obviously, a lot of the residents of Kyiv will have fled at this point. But yeah, a beautiful city. It has the deepest metro station in the world in Kyiv, you know.
Does it?
105 metres underground, yeah.
Well, so it looks peaceful, but unfortunately, as we know, it is not. Those columns of Russian tanks are approaching the city. We know there's been a shelling and some gunfire reported overnight as well. So, I mean, it's certainly not peaceful if you spent the night there, but we'll keep you fully up to date with any developments on that. In the meantime, lots of your views coming through this morning. Stuart from Scarborough, morning to you, Stuart. The UN, he says, had their place in the past, but are no longer an entity with any clout or leadership. They've been impotent since the Iraq War. It's another massively expensive organisation that is funded for us for the purpose of the elite.
Terence, still on the topic of Ukraine and Russia, said in 1956 Britain and France were the aggressors in the Suez Crisis, yet both used their veto to prevent the USSR or USA from discussing the matter in the UN Security Council.
Well, look, it's a valid point. Malcolm from Carlisle says, why are Russia even still members of the UN? I can understand why you ask that. I suppose it's a case of keep your friends close, isn't it, in all of that. And we were talking about how you relieve some of the tensions if you're involved in conflict or any sort of dark stuff that goes on in the world. Debs from Devon says, so it's okay for dark humour to ease stress and tension in war and in newsrooms, but not the police. Hypocrisy much? I think, Debs, you've got a very valid point. I mean, there's been a lot of concern raised about these WhatsApp groups that police have been involved in. It's all getting clamped down at. How do you make the distinction between what is letting off steam with dark humour and what is more sinister? I think that's got to be looked at. But on the surface, I think you raise a valid point. You know, dark humour is a necessary thing for a lot of people, and should we be sort of clamping down on it everywhere? I don't know that we should.
The police are held to extremely high standards now in terms of what they can and can't say. Ask any police officer, they'll confirm that. And in fact, Duncan has responded to this because, of course, we were talking to Peter Blexley earlier about the Sarah Everard situation and the win yesterday for the women who took action against the police to court. And Duncan has said the police institution is not fit for purpose any longer. Their recurrent criteria really needs to be looked at. Their current criteria, I think that is, really needs to be looked at because they are simply employing only like-minded individuals. Sadly, this country now will be better off without a police force. Absolutely no trust or respect left at all. They're on a power trip, no matter who you speak to. Not sure I can agree with that one.
No, I can't agree with that one. I know quite a few police officers.
I love the police. They need our support.
It's the vast majority of police officers are amazing people doing an amazing job. But as always, it's the bad apples. You're always going to get bad apples, but it's the bad apples that are tainting everything else, I think. So I can't agree with you on that one. But it's, obviously, this is all about having your thoughts and your views. And so, you're very welcome to make that point. I was talking earlier on about this. The government said it's giving £9 million to the North East and £9 million to the North West, part of the whole sort of levelling up agenda. Sounds good, but it's for arts. It's to level up on arts, which I think is frankly a waste of money. I don't think it does any good. Dave's been in touch. Morning to you, Dave. Says, wake up a homeless person sleeping in the doorway and ask if they're happy for £9 million to be given to the arts. That sums up my thoughts exactly.
But if you work in the arts and you would like to defend why we do need this, do get in touch with us, won't you, on Twitter at GBNews or GBViews at gbnews.uk. Feed the soul.
I don't think our souls need feeding by that particular. I think people's stomachs need feeding at the moment, and their souls can possibly take second fiddle to that one for now. And homes need heating, stomachs need feeding. I'll feed our souls later. That's my thought. Anyway,
we're here to feed your soul anyway until... What time do we finish? 10
o'clock this morning.
No.
Keep entertained right through till 10. OK, let's bring you up to date with the headlines. And as we've been saying, President Biden has stressed his country will not fight a war against Russia in Ukraine. He said the United States would defend every inch of NATO territory, but a direct confrontation with Russia would be World War III and must be prevented.
Ukrainian authorities have released CCTV footage which they say shows Russian forces abducting the mayor of Melitopol, Ivan Fedorov. GB News cannot independently verify the video. However, President Zelensky has accused Russia of violating international law. So far, Russia has not commented.
Greater Manchester Police are appealing for information after a 19-year-old man died from stab wounds in Bury on Friday. It happened in the town centre. The force is asking anyone who may have mobile phone footage to come forward.
New research from the TUC says energy bills could increase at least 14 times faster than wages this year. Their analysis shows that gas and electricity bills are set to rise by 54% when the price cap changes in April. But average weekly wages will go up by just 3%.
Oh, here's that one for you. The North East and North West will get more than £9 million each from the Department for Digital, Culture, Media and, for some reason, Sport. It's part of the government's £48 million levelling up drive to improve access to the arts and power economic growth through culture.
Look at those lovely ornaments there, feeding everyone's souls.
Gorgeous, that, isn't it lovely?
The sport thing I find a bit odd to be in the same category as
It is very
culture.
odd. Let us know what you think about everything, of course. GBViews at gbnews.uk. Love to hear your thoughts today. Stay with us, though. Plenty more to come for you. But first, here's your all-important forecast.
Hello. It's looking rather unsettled across the UK through this weekend with showers or longer spells of rain. There will still be some sunshine in between, but it will often be windy, particularly through this evening, overnight into Sunday. So we look at the pressure pattern then. You can see the first frontal system has cleared its way to the north. That's what brought the rain on Friday. Behind it, a brief respite, but that's ahead of the next low pressure system that's winding its way up to push in from the Atlantic, bringing more wet and windy weather. So we look at the picture then for the first thing on Saturday morning then. Quite cloudy with showery outbreaks of rain affecting many northern parts, but actually improving for a time across Northern Ireland, much of England and Wales, with more in the way of sunshine, but still a few showers that could be on the heavy side. For many parts, winds will ease for a time compared to Friday as well. So I think in that sunshine towards the south, highs of 12 or 13 degrees will feel quite mild, highs of 8 to 10 degrees further towards the north. But already by the early part of the afternoon, we're seeing heavy rain and strong winds spreading into the southwest of England. We do have a warning in force for that. We could see gusts up to 60 miles an hour, and all that heavy rain will sweep its way northwards and and eastwards as we head through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight. So by the end of the night, most places seeing some outbreaks of rain. But it's the strength of the wind we do need to keep the closest eye on. As we see this low pressure pushing in from the Atlantic, we see some particularly strong winds across western coastal areas. Again, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible in exposure, turning windier elsewhere as well. So we get off to a rather cloudy start on Sunday morning once again. Outbreaks of rain across the central slice of the UK. A bit of dry, brighter weather either side, but already there's a rash of showers affecting much of Northern Ireland, western parts of Wales and England. And again, these could be heavy with the risk of hail and thunder. And we've still got those strong winds across the country with further warnings in force across many western areas. Despite the cloud, wind and rain though, it will stay on the mild side. So after an unsettled day to come on Sunday, it will gradually settle down though as we head into the early part of next week. We'll see more in the way of dry, brighter weather, more in the way of sunshine, and thanks to that sunshine, temperatures should respond as well. So we could see highs of 15 or 16 degrees in the south.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Good morning. Welcome back to Breakfast here on GB News with Stephen and Bev. Now, according to an internal email obtained by Reuters, Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, will allow users to make war-related posts calling for violence against Russians and Russian soldiers in the context of the Ukraine invasion.
Well, let's talk to technology expert Will Guyot, who can give us a bit more of a take on this. I mean, it's in one respect, Will, you can sort of understand the position, but it's dreadfully difficult, isn't it? I mean, it seems a very strange stance for them to have taken.
They're struggling to deal with essentially war, reacting to this in real time. That isn't defending them, but that's just explaining some of the kind of the existential issues that Meta are currently facing. This clearly didn't go down very well with Putin and Russia yesterday, with the Kremlin calling Meta an extremist.
Oh dear. Well, that's technology for you. There you go.
I think with it being Will Guyot, it'd have sorted out his technology, wouldn't
technology.
you?
Never mind. Let's
technology
cut away from
here,
there.
isn't he?
But it is. I mean, it is a difficult. It's a very difficult thing because I can understand why people are saying things that they are saying online. But however, there are these bans in place, supposedly, about sort of talking about violence online and encouraging violence online. To remove it under some circumstances, I just don't know if it's particularly helpful.
But I think it's about making the subjective objective, isn't it? And you cannot. So Facebook shouldn't have this power to tell us who we can threaten with violence and who we cannot. I think they have to have one rule for everybody, because otherwise Facebook becomes nothing but I mean, there's politics all over it, but otherwise it becomes highly political and potentially dangerous, because people have to draw a distinction, don't they? I think we've got Will back. Will, thank you for coming back to us. We were just saying, don't Facebook have a responsibility to draw a distinction between the Russian army and Russian people? Because surely to make it okay to not censor comments for violence that might call for violence against Russian people is immoral, is it not?
They are calling for violence against the Russian military. That is also not defending it. And you are completely right, Bev, in that Facebook, if it wants to behave like a media owner and like a publisher, you know, GBNews and all sorts of other broadcast organizations have a watchdog across and atop them. Somebody like Meta currently doesn't. So it's making these decisions itself in a vacuum. It's made this decision. And when they initially put this out, it made it sound as though anybody anywhere in the world could do this to talk about Russians. They've since clarified in a statement from Nick Clegg that it's actually just people in Ukraine are going to be able to do this. Now, and I'm not sure what you heard earlier before I got cut off, the wonders of modern technology. But there's also this issue that in Russia now, Putin is referring to Meta as an extremist organization. That's the type of language we'd use in the West to describe terrorists. So if anything, Meta have poked the ire of Russia, and Russia aren't going to let Meta back into that country after this, which opens up all sorts of conversations about, will other countries start shutting Meta out? Will other countries decide it's not right for their people? This is an interesting time for people in so many ways. The world of technology is so interconnected, and the world of social media is so interconnected with what we do in our lives every day now. It's obvious that spills into war, but we've got all sorts of companies making decisions and views here. We've even got Chinese-owned TikTok, which is popular amongst under 25s. They've taken a decision to effectively back away slightly from Russia too. So everybody's sort of making calls and decisions about what content is acceptable and what's not.
I mean, the problem is, as I keep saying, I can sort of understand the position to an extent. And yet, I mean, the advantage, though, of these big companies, these tech companies staying neutral or not censoring in terms of their content or anti-censoring in this sense, is that at least they then can stay, hopefully, within the sort of Russian sphere, because I mean that is crucial. You know, it's crucial in terms of getting information to the Russian people, whose other media is so heavily censored.
Russia had already been essentially hobbling Facebook for the last week, making it really slow to access, kept having downtime. There was all sorts of failures on the platform, and that was as a result of the Russian communications agency Roskomnadzor essentially blocking its use in the country. But overnight, it's gone from being blocked and being a Western media organization to actually being described as a bunch of extremists. And that's, I don't know how, I don't think there's any possible way they can come back from this. But the point you make is really interesting, in that any kind of protests and response to what's been happening in Russia has been coming from the people who aren't watching state media, and that's why there's been such a huge crackdown on social networks and any kind of online media that isn't tightly controlled by the Russian government. And these were the only real ways you could get these messages across. And unfortunately, because the companies have stepped in and decided what's right or what's wrong for the platforms, that's caused even more trouble in Russia.
Donald Trump, of course, is still banned from Facebook because of the rhetoric around the Capitol Hill riot. So is there, from Twitter and from Facebook, is there not a double standard here? That if people can be so uncensored when it comes to talking about the situation in Russia, and yet the former president of the United States is still not allowed to post anything?
Well, these are private platforms, and that's also part of the problem here. These companies can decide whatever they like to do because they are privately run. Now, Facebook has sorry, I keep calling them Facebook, Meta, have set up an organisation called the Oversight Panel. And they're an independent board of people who meet at various points to discuss tough content decisions. The challenge with Trump was that he repeatedly posted misinformation and he was repeatedly told to remove misinformation. He broke other rules. This isn't about whether banning Trump is right or wrong. If you look at the actual boring, massive 150 pages of terms and conditions, Trump clearly broke some rules on that platform. The issue you also have now is the Russian embassy in the UK has been largely posting what most people would consider misinformation about the conflict. It had some posts removed from Twitter the other day by the organisation, but that account is still on Twitter, and you end up in a situation in a conflict, and I'm learning for the first time as a social media journalist really focusing on a war, that it would appear at the moment, and I'm certainly not saying the stuff that we're reading online isn't true, but Ukrainian posts can be shared instantly by the media and declared to be news, and posts from Russia are being dealt with a greater lens of suspicion. So everybody's facing this challenge in real time, including the social media companies.
Yeah, no, you make a very valid point, Will. Thanks very much indeed for your perspective on all of that. And as we've said actually repeatedly on GB News, you've got to be very careful what you look at on social media in regard to this conflict and any other big news story, in a sense. You've got to go with verified sources, and that means looking at channels like ours and others who will tell you if something is verified. They'll tell you if it hasn't been verified as well, because that is really important. You've got to stay with the facts as much as you possibly can, and not just with any sort of speculation that's out there.
Good to see you, Will. I always think when I see Will Guy on the telly, I want him to take us on a little tour around his room with all his arcade machines.
He's a geek.
He's good at what he does.
I say geek in a good way.
He's
a proper geek.
Proper digital geek.
I'm a geek. I always have to buy the new technology. This is all great. I love it. You can't beat a bit of tech. That's what I say.
Day in my life.
Stay with us, though. We've got plenty more to come for you in just a couple of minutes here on Breakfast, including a full review of the papers.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
If you hang on just a second, it's 8:32. Good morning. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Bev. Let's take you through the papers. And Kiev is ready to face the onslaught, says The Times. It says people who've stayed behind to mount a defence are relying on trenches, sandbags and relentless optimism.
Stinging criticism in The Guardian from French President Emmanuel Macron. He says Britain is not doing enough to make Ukrainian refugees welcome.
Hope amid horror is the headline for The Mirror. The story of a pregnant Ukrainian who escaped a bomb blast on the maternity ward she was in. She's since given birth safely, thankfully, to a baby girl.
The Telegraph leads with a call from the former Foreign Secretary Jeremy Hunt that Britain should massively increase its defence spending. Peace comes from strength, not luck, he says.
The Queen has pulled out of the Commonwealth Day service on Monday, so there are new fears for her health as a result. Prince Charles is going to take her place.
And the Daily Star takes its eye off Ukraine this morning, instead focusing on Asia, where North Korea has just tested a new missile and India has accidentally fired a missile into Pakistan. Not now, says the headline.
No, definitely not now. Not ever. Let's talk to broadcaster Petri Hoskin and Labour councillor Kevin Craig, who can take us through their take of all of this morning. Morning, both.
Morning.
Let's kick off with the Telegraph, Petri, should we? And two very brave people on TV in Russia.
I mean, this is extraordinary. We've talked before, haven't we, about the bravery of the Russian people who are still protesting and putting themselves in real danger. We've seen little kids in prison, if that is a true image, for holding a placard, and people being told that if they do go out on the streets and protest, that they'll be the first conscripted to the front line. But this is on another level, in a sense, because this is two pundits, so like me and Kev type people, who come on and talk, and they have spoken out against Moscow and the war, and they referred to it, which of course is illegal in Russia at the moment. You're not allowed to call it a war. You're not allowed to talk about how Putin's doing, and the Russians people now have rounded on these two television pundits who criticise Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine, calling them traitors and spreading fear and delirium. This is a filmmaker called Karen Shakhanazov and academic Semyon Bagdad-Arazov. I'm sorry if I've messed up those names. But this is a programme which is with the presenter Vladimir Solovinov, who hosts one of Kremlin's most reliable propaganda-type programmes. And these two pundits went on and not only recognised that there was an invasion in Ukraine, but also Vladimir Putin. I mean very brave.
But it's that remarkable situation.
They're in hiding now, apparently.
Well, you can't help but wonder. I mean, it sounds dramatic. I mean, they've got to look out for their lives now.
Oh, they absolutely have got to look out for their lives. Look, you know, the FSB now, the ex-KGB, they do not muck about. I was escorted from Siberia by very large Russian men who didn't like the fact that I was there. I shouldn't have really been there. I snuck myself in. But I was in Siberia, and I was escorted back on the plane. They had people standing outside my hotel door in Moscow, and I was escorted on the plane out of the country. So, you know, these people do not muck about, and I fear for their lives. But I mean, extraordinary bravery. Extraordinary bravery.
A week ago, it felt like with those images of Russian soldiers, you know, becoming upset and crying. They were caught on phones. It felt like the success of this might be the Russian people to turn against Putin, be it the soldiers or...
Trouble is, all they're hearing is propaganda, and seeing is propaganda. So you start to believe it, don't you?
Yeah, you do.
Kevin, luckily for number 10, the Ukrainian conflict is covering up some goings-on. What's happening?
Well, interestingly, Bev, the fact is, I was around Westminster earlier this week, and some Conservatives are saying that, you know, notwithstanding the human tragedy, that the Prime Minister is having a good war, a good conflict. And it may have passed the attention of a lot of listeners and viewers that on Thursday, the Scottish Conservatives leader announced that he'd withdrawn his letter of no confidence in the Prime Minister. This is not the time in international crisis to be discussing resignations. And I think that this story is a reminder that there is now a very good chance that Boris Johnson will lead the Conservative Party into the next election, which I didn't think before. And I think that...
oh, so it's a good news story for Number 10.
Well, yeah, and nobody intelligent would suggest that the Prime Minister wanted this conflict to happen. But
No.
events has always been the way in politics. And it's highly likely, even if the results in the local elections are bad in early May, Ukraine will still be going on.
Yeah.
And people say...
They don't like change.
They don't like change at this time.
But also it would be seen as a total act of self-indulgence.
Indeed.
If the Tories tried to shift him out now. It'd be like, what are you doing,
Indeed,
you
it would.
children?
It would.
You know, there's something bigger going on, and they'd just look ridiculous. And so would Labour if they tried to push it. So,
Well, Keir Starmer, Petri, you know, you won't see him doing that, you know. And
No, but he can't.
No, he can't. But he's also, I think, he's a new type. You know, he's such a piece of good news compared to what we had before, in that he sees the big picture.
Yeah.
You know, and wouldn't say, you know. So I think those two are going to be going head to head in a couple of years.
There's a very interesting piece in one of the papers talking about what the world would have been like if we'd had Corbyn and Trump.
Daily Mail,
Daily Mail, it's a very good piece.
Good piece.
Worth reading.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an interesting possibility, isn't it? Sliding door moment.
Yeah, well, don't, because actually when you...
Yeah.
Don't go there.
Let's not, let's not. To the Mail, Petri, looking at Her Majesty.
Yeah, I find this the sort of narrative around the Queen at the moment a bit puzzling, because the woman is 95, 96 years old, you know? She's very old, and people are talking about her health like it's some shock.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, she's ill. You're going... The woman, you know, you saw her talking to Trudeau, the Canadian president, the other day, and she looked old.
Yeah.
And
she is old.
She is old, and she
looks more
is
frail,
going,
didn't
she is
she?
looking more and more, which she will, and that's not being anti. You know, I think she's I'd love her as my nana. For many reasons, not just the money, but I would. But I just think, you know, she's old and she is not going to live forever. Yeah. And all these, you know, correspondents go, oh, the Queen, she's had to back off from something. Like,
Yeah.
it's like no Sugar Sherlock, isn't it? Really?
We're all mortal, are we not?
That's where you're going with that for a second.
Interesting story, Kevin, in the Telegraph.
Well, I think this is a really good story. AA meetings, Alcoholics Anonymous meetings for parliamentarians as drinking culture takes toll. And yourself and Stephen and Petri and myself and many around politics might have been surprised, but it's the first time ever that weekly Alcoholics Anonymous meetings are being held in the Palace of Westminster to try and help those affected by its heavily subsidised drinking culture. And, you know, I think this is a really positive development. It's long overdue. The Speaker of the House of Commons, Sir Lindsay Hoyle, talked about, like many people, I've lost too many friends to alcohol. And these meetings are happening. People are going, and I think it's long overdue. I mean, in the country more broadly, we've got over 600,000 people who are described as alcohol dependent. It's the biggest risk of death to the 1649.
I've got an idea, though.
This is good.
Why don't they stop subsidising the bars and make MPs pay the full price?
You're right.
Perhaps they wouldn't be drunk all the time.
It does feel outdated, doesn't it?
It's a disgrace.
It's absolutely disgusting. Put the prices up and stop them from drinking something.
I have to say, though, nothing is anonymous in Westminster.
You just read my mind. I was going to say the same thing.
I mean, if people need assistance, great, get it, and the AA is a great place to do it.
Yeah.
But doing it in Westminster?
Well, the meetings are private, you know, and it's part. I mean, I've actually got, you know, a number of friends who've been through alcoholism and come out the other side, and the confidentiality has been observed. I know of cases where they've seen friends from their AA group in other contexts, and it held. So
but actually,
I'm optimistic.
in Westminster, though.
Well, no, but
people
I mean,
see them filing in and filing out.
Oh, I think there's ways of doing it, you know.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I think it's a good. I think it's a great thing, and any of us who've hung out with politicians, there's pretty heavy drinking culture.
Too much.
You know, it's a good news story. You'd like to hope that no journalist gets a glimpse in that room and then.
I think plenty of journalists should be going to the meeting.
Yeah, I know more journalists that drink than...
That's a very good point.
Now to what I find one of the most disturbing stories of the day, Petri Hoskin.
I always find the big stories.
You do find the big stories. You found this one in The Sun about the Pomeranian.
Yeah, the big stories. This is what really matters in the world right now. A dog lover has created a diamond-encrusted collar worth more than £500,000. Right. Now, you like your jingle jangle, don't you?
I do like a bit of jingle jangle.
You'd like a bit of... would you get your Timmy a necklace like this? If so, can I come round and kidnap him?
No. I mean,
Do we know who it is?
Timmy's the cat.
No, I don't know. I don't mean
She's a jeweler, but still, this is 91 flawless 15-carat diamonds.
You wouldn't want the dog to run out of the door, would you? And then go missing with £500,000 worth of diamonds.
4-year-old English Pomeranian, Polly, wears it for special occasions.
Does she?
I mean, yeah, I'll give you her address later.
I'd wear it for special occasions.
Yes, so would I. It's
£500,000.
absolutely stunning piece of jewellery, and congratulations to the jeweller who made it. It's absolutely gorgeous, but £500,000.
I think obscene.
It's obscene.
Yeah.
But people do spoil their animals.
Yeah, but only.
Yeah, we're not talking about a little shampoo and a brush up here, are we, Petrie, with this?
No, I think I nicked my dog's collar from my sister's house.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me
Yeah,
about
I did.
you.
Sorry, Claire.
Yeah.
It wasn't diamond encrusted, was it?
It sadly wasn't. No, no. But I nicked it from a drawer in her kitchen.
She's a bit like fingered, is our Petrie.
I am. Anything. Nail it down, quick.
Yeah,
I love it.
It's been good to see you both this morning.
Likewise.
Thank you very much indeed, Kevin Craig, Petrie Hoskin. Petrie, we're going to search you before you leave the building.
It's too late. I've already smuggled it out.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Now, at 8:43, Colchester United is helping support the evacuation efforts of Ukrainian civilians by dedicating their upcoming home fixture against Forest Green Rovers.
The team from Essex will donate all gate receipts towards helping refugees escaping to neighbouring countries. And our reporter, Amelia Harper, joins us now from Colchester to tell us more. Good morning, Amelia.
Good morning. Well, welcome again to a very sunny Colchester United Football Club. And I'm joined by Chairman Robbie Cowling, who's going to tell us more about this game for Ukraine to help refugees who've had to flee the war zone. As you said, on March the 21st, their upcoming fixtures against Forest Green Rovers. Robbie, tell us why you want to do this.
Yeah, I think like a lot of people, I've watched the news. I've been shocked and devastated at what's going on, but also inspired by those acts of kindness that we've seen from the neighbouring countries like the Polish, and also seeing people in this country and what they're trying to do. It kept me thinking, what can I do? Because I just felt I couldn't sit and do nothing. So what I determined we could do is for that game that's been shown on TV, we could really show some support for the Ukrainians and also give all of the proceeds from the game to humanitarian aid, which we're doing through the Red Cross.
And you want to try and fill the stadium. It's a capacity of 10,000. How have fans reacted to this?
Yeah, the fans have been absolutely fantastic. But at Colchester, we've got a very loyal but quite a small support base, and we tend to only fill that stadium at special games when it captures the town and more of the town want to come. And we need this to be the case now. So we do need everyone to get behind it. We've had quite a lot of response from people that have contacted and saying, we want to donate, but we can't come on that night. So we have also set up a Just Giving page where if they want to just donate, they can. But really what we need is people to come there and make sure that everybody sees what we're trying to do and that they perhaps want to follow suit.
Because you also want to start a sort of movement and really get the ball rolling within sports to help people displaced by the conflict.
Yeah, absolutely. If we can inspire other people to do it, what we're going to raise at Colchester, look, hopefully we'll raise over £100,000. And if we can do that, that's going to be great. But it's not going to be the sort of sums that are going to be needed. So if we can inspire not just sports clubs, maybe cinemas, maybe other organisations that can think, what can they do to contribute? Football's had it tough the last couple of years too, so they may not be able to do what we've done and give all of our gate receipts, but everyone can do something. And if we can inspire others to do something, then that should be great.
And what can we see the players wearing? Because I understand they're going to be wearing some special kit.
Yeah, so what we've done for this game, we've got the league to agree that we can wear a kit that's very, very similar to what the Ukrainian national team wear in yellow and blue. So that's what we're going to wear for that game. After the game, we're also going to auction off them shirts and hopefully raise even more money.
That sounds brilliant. Now, I just want to pick your brains on the Chelsea Football Club situation because, of course, oligarch Roman Abramovich has been sanctioned for his links to the Russian President Vladimir Putin. One of his assets is Chelsea, but they have been allowed to keep playing under a special licence. There's a ban on merchandise and a ban on selling new tickets. What are your thoughts on this whole situation for the club?
yeah, I think the ban on the tickets and the merchandise does not make sense. I think that what could happen with that, similar to what we've done, they could sell those tickets. I mean, I think they normally have about 5,000 away fans come in at £20 a ticket. They're raising £100,000 a game too. All that money could also go to humanitarian aid, you know. So it seems senseless to have such a demand that we don't have at Colchester, you know, that could raise money for a good cause.
And I finally just want to get your thoughts on the effect that this might be having on the players. We're here at the training grounds here, and this must be having an effect on perhaps the psychological side of things for the players. It's an incredibly pressured situation and uncertain for them.
Yeah, absolutely. This is on the doorstep. And, you know, we prepare young 19 to 30-year-olds to go out there and play football. And there, for the grace of God, there's people of a similar age that were maybe doing that a few weeks ago, and now they're preparing to go out and fight for their country. And it's got to be in every young man's mind, you know.
Well, thank you so much, Robbie Cowling, the chairman here at Colchester United Football Club. Best of luck with your upcoming match on that 21st.
Amelia, thanks very much indeed. Now, at 8:48, it's time to go through all the very latest showbiz news. And, it's the light of my life. You know, Stephanie Tetchy, just she walks in the room, I cheer up. Always the word.
Stop it, Stephen. Always making me blush on air.
I love you, I love you. Look, can we talk about Judge Rinder?
Yeah, so we're used to seeing him in the courtroom, you know, trying to decide cases, but actually on Monday he's going to be taking a different kind of journey, as he's going to be travelling to the Ukrainian and Poland border. And so a lot of people are asking, why is he doing this? Is this just another celebrity stunt? So he was on Strictly Come Dancing in 2016, and he formed such a very intense relationship with his dancer, Oksana Polero. And he says her grandparents are stuck there and they're trying to get to the border. So he's going to be going there on Monday to try help. So on Twitter, he was, showing him wearing his, life vest jacket and
bulletproof vest.
Yeah, bulletproof vest. But he did face a lot of criticism because people are like, you didn't do this for another war, so why are you trying to get involved with this one? And he had to shut down on Right Said Fred, the pop band. He said, actually, I went to Sierra Leone in 2013, so this isn't the first time I've done it.
It does. It just seems a little bit strange, really. If he wants to go, then absolutely, fine. But why do it in the glare of publicity?
The thing is, I mean, I don't know whether you two have worked with Rob Rinder before.
Yeah.
I've had the pleasure of working with him. He's a very intelligent man. He's a brilliant lawyer, and he does some really humanitarian and philanthropic work through his legal work. So I understand him wanting to go out there. However, he has a kind of comedy caricature, and that's what we're finding hard to square, isn't it?
I think, yeah, because we've had a lot of celebrities who are trying to do their bit, and I think all of a sudden we're hearing more and more names. And when I heard Robert Rinder as well was going on, I was like, oh, OK, this is a bit awkward. And because he's got this kind of caricature feel about him, I can't even imagine him reporting from there, but he is going on a personal journey there, so he is going to help his friends' grandparents. So, a lot of people have been motivated to help, and I think he just feels like every little can help.
He'll do a good job. I think he'll do a good job when he gets there. Maybe we'll see a different side of him.
I know.
We'll see on entertainment programmes.
Maybe. Now, what's Sacha Baron Cohen been saying?
Yeah, he's, another funny man who's, again, taking the war much more seriously. He's never been a fan of social media. And now Sacha Baron Cohen, he's attacked this week. He's attacked all the big social media giants such as Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, because he's saying that they're still streaming Russian broadcasters such as Russian TV, RT. And he says this week they've bombed a maternity hospital and you're still streaming this broadcaster to kind of still put out their propaganda out there. So he was tweeting like crazy this week to kind of put his point across.
I don't know if I'm a bit torn as to whether whether taking all these things off air is necessarily the right thing to do. Because when Russia does it, we criticise them.
Yeah, definitely. And it's that freedom of speech which we're always trying to fight for. And I think we need to have a balanced point of view here. And, from Monday, Instagram's going to be blocked in Russia. So up to 80 million people will no longer have an Instagram account. So even hearing that Russian perspective now is going to be more dimmer than ever.
Yeah, it's an odd one. I mean, I wouldn't believe a word that came out of RT at the moment, but nevertheless, I don't know if we shouldn't be allowed to see what propaganda they are peddling.
Definitely. It's part of history. You know, one day when we look back at this, we're going to want to know what was being said on both sides of accounts.
Yeah. But your thoughts on that would be really welcome, actually. Should we ban everything, or should we actually hear what they're saying, even if we don't believe it?
I'm not a big fan of anybody deciding what we can and can't read and hear. I think people are intelligent enough to make up their own minds, and knowledge is power. And if we can look on RT and work out what messages Putin is sending to not only the Russian people but to the world, then maybe that can be used to the advantage of the West.
Maybe.
That's
Now, Mr. Smith.
Okay, so...
The Mr. Smith.
Guys, this is BAFTA weekend, so tomorrow we'll be delving into BAFTA weekend. So he's up for Best Actor for his performance of King Richard, where he plays Serena and Venus Williams' father. But now his own story is set to come to the cinema, to the big screen. So he's currently, he released a memoir last year, which done really well. And it was one of those memoirs, it told his kind of rags to riches story.
Oh, it was a bit odd, though. Well, I mean, there was a lot of all this controversy about his private life.
I know, him and Jada, you know, they clearly have an open marriage and stuff like that.
What do you mean?
Oh.
You know what?
No, I don't.
Have you not heard about that?
No, I don't.
Tell
me.
I will do.
When you say an open marriage,
yes.
You mean multiple partners?
Yeah, definitely. She was caught having an affair last year with a rapper who exposed it, and so then they had to be quite open about what's going on in their marriage, and Will Smith knew about it as well. So, yeah, they do have a very open relationship. It's always spoken about all the time. But
different world, isn't it?
It really is.
It's very boring.
Showbiz. But Will Smith is currently in a bidding war. So they want to bring his story to the big screen, and he's trying to set the figure at 8 figures. So he's kind of in a bidding war between Amazon, Netflix, where it's going to go. So eventually we have to watch this space because his story will be coming on.
Well, someone will pay big bucks for it, and a lot of people will watch it, and they know that, don't they? And look, I was talking of Instagram.
Okay.
And I was on Instagram the other day and look at the stories that come up on there. And I thought, I'll click on this one because it looks like Stephanie Tetching. And there she is, hanging about with Tiny Temper.
You know,
what were you
Stephen,
doing?
you know I live a busy showbiz life with celebrities. You know me, every day there's always a different showbiz event in London, and Tiny Temper has launched a new restaurant where he's going to be, he is. He's gone from music to food, and he's going to be selling fried chicken wraps. So I was down there stuffing my face while doing an interview with Tiny. So he was telling me about how he's kind of putting music on hold, and he really wants to kind of develop this entrepreneurial spirit and get into the food business. So it was quite nice to catch up with him, and it's quite interesting when you speak to these celebrities and they always have all these new ventures to keep them relevant.
And is he tiny?
A little bit. He's a little bit tiny.
A little bit. I interviewed him once, and he's got a watch. He's got and it was like studded with diamonds. Absolutely studded. It was like, you'd love it.
And I was talking to him because he lives in Alexander McQueen's old house. We were talking about gardening, actually, and stuff. He was saying how it's quite hard to maintain the garden because it's so big and stuff like that. Who wouldn't like to live in Alexander McQueen's old house?
Oh, that is a proper showbiz life.
I just love the fact that you were talking to him about gardening.
I know.
Honestly.
Sublime.
The people she hangs about with, ladies and gentlemen, would make your hair curl.
That already made my hair curl about the Smiths.
Stephanie, good to see you. We'll catch
Always
you
a
again
pleasure.
later on.
See you soon, guys.
Stay with us, though. We've got plenty more still to come here on Breakfast. We're going to be hearing live from our reporters in the field with the very latest on Ukraine. Plus, Stephanie's back with the showbiz, and Aidan's going to have all the sport.
Hello. It's looking rather unsettled across the UK through this weekend with showers or longer spells of rain. There will still be some sunshine in between, but it will often be windy, particularly through this evening, overnight into Sunday. So we look at the pressure pattern then, you can see the first frontal system has cleared its way to the north. That's what brought the rain on Friday. Behind it, a brief respite, but that's ahead of the next low pressure system that's winding its way up to push in from the Atlantic, bringing more wet and windy weather. So we look at the picture then for the first thing on Saturday morning then. Quite cloudy with showery outbreaks of rain affecting many northern parts. parts, but actually improving for a time across Northern Ireland, much of England and Wales, with more in the way of sunshine, but still a few showers that could be on the heavy side. For many parts, winds will ease for a time compared to Friday as well. So I think in that sunshine towards the south, highs of 12 or 13 degrees will feel quite mild, highs of 8 to 10 degrees further towards the north. But already by the early part of the afternoon, we're seeing heavy rain and strong winds spreading into the southwest of England. We do have a warning in force of that. We could see gusts up to 60 miles an hour, and all that heavy rain will sweep its way northwards and eastwards as we head through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight. So by the end of the night, most places seeing some outbreaks of rain. But it's the strength of the wind we do need to keep the closest eye on. As we see this low pressure pushing in from the Atlantic, we see some particularly strong winds across western coastal areas. Again, 60 mile/hour wind gusts possible in exposure, turning windier elsewhere as well. So we get off to a rather cloudy start on Sunday morning once again. Outbreaks of rain across this central slice of the UK. A bit of dry, brighter weather either side, but already there's a rash of showers affecting much of Northern Ireland, western parts of Wales and England. And again, these could be heavy with the risk of hail and thunder. And we've still got those strong winds across the country with further warnings in force across many western areas. Despite the cloud, wind and rain though, it will stay on the mild side. So after an unsettled day to come on Sunday, it will gradually settle down though as we head into the early part of next week. We'll see more in the way of dry, brighter weather, more in the way of sunshine, and thanks to that sunshine, temperatures should respond as well. So we could see highs of 15 or 16 degrees in the south.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Strong words from President Biden as he ramps up the pressure on President Putin, but insists the US and its NATO allies will not fight a war with Russia in Ukraine.
Good morning. It is 9 o'clock on Saturday, the 12th of March. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Bev.
We're live across the whole of the UK on your TV, on your radio and worldwide online.
Coming up this morning.
Joe Biden addresses the American people. He says any direct confrontation between Russia and NATO would lead to World War III.
Direct confrontation between NATO and Russia is World War III. Something we must strive to prevent.
And as we go on air now, there are reports of intense fighting just northwest of the capital, Kyiv. Are Russian forces closing in?
Our reporter Paul Hawkins is in Romania for us this morning, where more refugees are heading after crossing the border from Ukraine.
We're live at the Holmeo crossing, where on Wednesday 8,000 people crossed this border with Romania seeking refuge from the conflict.
Plus, our reporter Alice Porter is set at a vigil for Ukraine. She's there this morning.
I'm Alice Porter and I'm at Winchester Cathedral, where a vigil will be taking place at 11 o'clock today to remember and reflect on all of those who are suffering in Ukraine.
Well, if you want to get involved in any of our discussions, we'd love to hear from you. Loads of you getting in touch today. Keep your thoughts coming through. GBViews at gbnews.uk or tweet us at GBnews. Just want to bring you a little bit of breaking news just to kick off with. As we alluded to there, there has been some fierce fighting in an area near Vasilikiv in the Kiev region. So it's in the region around the capital this morning. Russian rocket attacks destroying a Ukrainian airbase. That's according to Interfax. Now, Interfax is the Russian news agency. It's being re-reported by Reuters this morning, but do need to bear in mind that Interfax is a Russian news agency. The attacks also hit an ammunition depot, and they're quoting the mayor, Natalia Basilinovich, this morning on that one. So we'll keep a close eye on that, but it would seem as though those attacks are intensifying in areas around the capital. So not in the capital itself, but in those sort of districts and regions around the capital, which keeps the pressure, of course, on Ukraine very much so. Meanwhile, President Biden has overnight addressed the American people, insisting the US will not go to war with Russia in Ukraine.
However, he did reaffirm that any confrontation with NATO allies by President Putin would lead to World War III.
Now, the US is ramping up economic sanctions on the Russian state, downgrading its trade status. Now, that will see a ban on imports of Russian seafood, alcohol and diamonds.
So let's have a listen to what the US president had to say.
We will make sure Ukraine has weapons to defend against an invading Russian force. We will send money and food and aid to save the Ukrainian people. And I will welcome Ukrainian refugees. We should welcome them here with open arms. We're going to continue to stand together with our allies in Europe and send unmistakable message. We'll defend every single inch of NATO territory with the full might of the united and galvanized NATO. We will not fight a war against Russia in Ukraine. Direct confrontation between NATO and Russia is World War III, something we must strive to prevent. But we already know Putin's war against Ukraine will never be a victory. He hoped to dominate Ukraine without a fight. He failed. He hoped to fracture European resolve. He failed. He hoped to weaken the transatlantic alliance. He failed. He hoped to split apart American democracies in terms of our positions. He failed. The American people are united. The world is united. And we stand with the people of Ukraine. We will not let autocrats and would-be emperors dictate the direction of the world. Democracies are rising to meet this moment, rallying the world to the side of peace and the side of security. We're showing our strength, and we will not falter. God bless all of you. God bless Ukraine, and God bless our troops.
Well, the humanitarian crisis continues as millions continue to flee over the border from Ukraine into neighbouring Poland, Hungary and Romania.
Well, as you know by now, Paul Hawkins is in Romania for us today. You've travelled around the three major bordering countries, Paul. I mean, what's the situation in Romania in terms of the influx of refugees there?
Yeah, morning, Stephen. Morning, Bev. Just to give you the latest figures, these are from the Romanian Border Agency. So the latest figures from Wednesday, 21,000 Ukrainians entered the country. That's at all borders. That's down 11%. 8,000 of them through the border with Ukraine, which is behind me. That's down 9%. In total, 344,000 people have entered the country. 80% of them have transited on to other countries, Poland, Germany, Austria, most notably. And that leaves 84,000 people in Romania who are here looking for semi-permanent and permanent accommodation, which is a big challenge. The President, Klaus Johannes, his government has said that they are going to look into providing some more permanent accommodation for the people who've come here. But that's the situation here at the moment. In terms of immediate aid at the border, humanitarian agencies have been helping out, charities, etc. We've been inside this tent this morning, showing you some of what has been going on in there. But here at this immediate border crossing at Homeo, very quiet this morning. The volunteers tell us they haven't seen it this quiet since the war started. So that's the situation here at the moment.
And what's happening in terms of those people who are turning up to help out? Because what is always, I mean, surprising to an extent just by the sheer numbers of it, the people who are putting their own lives on pause to come and help those in such desperate need.
Yeah, it's really interesting to speak to them about that. One of the volunteers inside tells me that she works from home in the village, which is literally a stone's throw over there. And because she works from home, because of the pandemic, she's able to come here every day and help with translation, help with putting out some of the aid, or just helping in whatever way they can. Helping the Ukrainians in whatever way they can. So another guy that we spoke to before had driven all the way from Cluj, which is some distance. Romania is a big country. He'd come some distance to help out. We saw him here late last night. We went back to our hotel. We came back and he'd spent 2 hours sleeping in his car, and now he's left for home. But people coming from all across Romania, plus deliveries from across the continent, from Poland, from Germany, from Italy as well. People travelling enormous distances to bring aid here for the refugees when they come across the border.
OK, look, Paul, for now, thank you. We're going to catch up with you throughout the course of the day, of course. Let's just show you the picture of Kiev this morning. So we've got this live image for you where, again, you know, if you're listening on the radio, it looks like a sort of general peaceful sort of aerial shot, really, over Kiev. But we know there have been explosions and gunfire overnight. We know there's been, or certainly reports of gunfire in areas surrounding Kiev over the last hour or so. So we certainly getting the sense that attack is intensifying or has intensified over the last couple of hours.
Well, joining us now is Patrick Benham-Crosswell, former army officer and currently the defence writer for The Conservative Woman. Good morning, Patrick. What's your take on the military situation at the moment? We've just seen those pictures of Kiev. It looks, to all intents and purposes, fairly peaceful. But what's your opinion on exactly what is happening on the ground in terms of the military offensive?
Well, I think it's more the same. I mean, clearly the Russian attack was launched on a false premise that it was going to be easy. They now got the awful problem of being stalled in 5 or 6 major places, and what they're trying to do, I would guess, is concentrate enough force to get a victory somewhere, and it looks like that might be Kiev. Which would sort of make sense, because I suspect if the Russians were able to capture Kiev, and I think that's quite a big if, but if they were able to do that, then that might crack the Ukrainian morale, and it might give them a chance of delivering Putin's dream. For the Ukrainians, it's more or less business as usual. Keep on destroying Russians' equipment as much as you can, but increasingly complicated by growing humanitarian crises. At the moment, they're still able to supply properly, but infrastructure's going down. There will be problems with food. There will be problems with disease, and of course, the problems of casualties and non-combatants. And for the West, we're sitting in this uncomfortable position of being able to help passively, if you like, supplying more arms, but currently facing the reality that if we were to get involved in any other way, that would look awfully like World War III, and that's not going to end anywhere nice.
No.
So I'm afraid it's just general misery.
Yeah. Well, look, fair point, Patrick. Look, in terms of the strategy of the land warfare that Putin is employing, I mean, is he following what we'd see as a predictable pattern?
No, it's very bizarre, and a lot of people like me are sort of slightly confused about how this how this is panning out. Usually, the Russian army is trained to use overwhelming force, concentrate massive superiority, punch holes in the opposition, and then drive forward. They didn't do that here from day one. And their problems are getting worse because it looks like the ground's thawing, so they're losing the capacity to manoeuvre. They have to go down the roads. And along the roads, there are lots of irate Ukrainians with anti-tank weapons knocking holes in their buildings. Sorry, holes in their vehicles, which means the only battle they can fight is, if you like, the urban meat grinder, and we're starting to see what that looks like. And I'm sorry, but that's just the beginning. The problem with that is it uses huge amounts of manpower, huge amounts of ammunition and ordnance, and it does a lot of damage. So one of the problems at a sort of tactical, strategic level that the Russians have got is, do they reinforce failure? Do they keep doing the same thing? Because I don't think they have the manpower, and they invaded with 190,000. Well, the Ukrainian army started at 170,000, plus they've probably got at least the same again now in armed reservists. So the Russian army has bitten off an awful lot more than it can chew, unless something changes.
It's very cold out there at the moment, Patrick. It's 3 degrees in Ukraine today. But as the weather warms up, there's this risk that as the thaw happens, the ground becomes very soft and boggy, and that makes it more difficult for Russian military vehicles.
Absolutely, and there are some clips on Tipper of lots of bog tanks already. But as the thaw comes, there's a period of about a month where you can only move down a road, which is very dangerous to do it in a place where angry Ukrainians are sitting around with weapons like those RPGs. Russia has very few tactical options.
Patrick, forgive me for interrupting. Look, in terms of how the tide of this has developed and the incredible resistance, impressive resistance actually, that the Ukrainians and Ukrainian forces have put up against this invasion, how important has been this huge import of weapons from, including the UK sending Empires, sending a substantial number, we understand, of javelins as well across? I mean, how important have they been in all of this?
We're a long way from having accurate data on how many rounds have been fired to do what and what's been knocked out. Certainly the weaponry that we and others have delivered is significantly more sophisticated than the RPGs that the Ukrainians are issued with anyway. But because of the way in which Russian armour is being constrained, the stuff the Ukrainians have is working very well anyway. It's very hard to knock a hole in a tank from the front or increasingly from the top. It's relatively easy to do it from the side and the back, and of course those are the shots that the Ukrainian armed forces seem to be taking. Perhaps in the east, where there seems to have been more manoeuvre, the NORs and the javelins may have tipped the difference. But if I was Ivan, the Russian tank commander, sitting knowing that I was coming up against javelins and the best that the West has to offer, my morale, already perhaps not high, wouldn't be improving.
Yeah, can I ask you about the morale situation? Because I mean, we know it's impossible to judge at this stage, but we do know from some of the Russians who've been captured that a lot of them weren't fully aware of what was going on. They were told they were on an exercise, or they were told they were on a mission to free Ukraine. I mean, there's all this they've been fed misinformation from the top. At what point will it happen, or could it happen, that the Russian armed forces will realise they're on a bit of a fool's errand? They're doing something that they really don't want to be doing?
It's difficult to answer generically, and of course there is an argument that the people you capture probably weren't the most motivated fighters in the first place. I mean, I think it's fair to say that if you were trundling into combat as part of the Russian army. You're going to be going past knocked out equipment, which is never a good thing. You're going to be meeting people who've already been in combat and are presumably not that happy about it. You're going to be seeing casualties. And it's very, very depressing, particularly if you're attacking. I mean, ultimately, combat is an act of will. You know, do I want to go and capture the top of the hill more than the person on the top of the hill wants to stop me? And particularly in this scenario, Ukrainian morale, gets a boost every time they fire a round, every time they knock out a vehicle, every time an attack isn't prosecuted. Their motivation goes up every time a shell lands in a residential area, whether that was on purpose or by mistake is irrelevant. There's no great boost for Russian morale. And as they come forward and they go through scenes like this, they know they did that. And yeah, at some stage, it's quite possible that morale will collapse. It may be that one of the reasons, apparently, several senior commanders have been killed is they're having to go forward and inject a bit of enthusiasm.
Patrick, can I ask you, just while we've got you as our military expert, there's a big news story today, Jeremy Hunt calling for the UK to increase our defence spending. Would you agree with that? And if so, where is that money best spent? On what part of our military?
Yes, for sure we need to spend some more. I think the MOD has not had a good recent track record of spending its money well or wisely, and now's probably not the time to go into the woes of the Ajax programme and this, that and the other. I think we need a little bit more than opening a checkbook and throwing money at it. Much of what Nick Carter predicted in the need to be demonstrably capable and demonstrably prepared to fight in his integrated operations review, well, we clearly haven't done that. I mean, it's entirely speculation, but Vlad wouldn't have tried this were Trump still there or Mrs. Thatcher still there, because he knew they'd fight. And the first thing, this war on the edge of NATO is in many ways a complete failure of deterrence. There's no way he should have thought he would have got away from this, and there's no way he should have thought that he could mutter things about nuclear weapons, intimidate us into not playing. So, yeah, for sure it's going to cost money, and yes, we're probably going to have to increase expenditure, and, as Nelson would say, when in doubt, buy more frigates. But I think someone needs to do the sort of root and branch reform and in-depth conversation with the Minister of Defence that's been long overdue in other government departments. But again, that's outside my expertise to comment on.
Yeah. Look, Patrick,
Thank you, Patrick.
Really good to talk to you. Patrick Benham Crosswell, a former Army officer. Really good to get your thoughts and lots of your thoughts coming through this morning, and actually sort of tying on to this one, because it's not just about what we spend on the military, actually. It's about how we look after veterans from the military. And Paul has dropped us an email who says, the homeless should come first. I'm an ex-British soldier and I'm being evicted at the end of the month, so I'll be homeless and on the streets again. I'm not looking forward to it this time. Well, I bet you're not, Paul.
No.
Sending our best wishes out to you.
I think that was also in response to our discussion about whether money should be spent on the arts or things that feel a little more pressing at the current time. We were talking about Russia today and whether Sacha Baron Cohen was right to call for it to be taken offline, and Alan has got in touch. Thank you, Alan, to say, I always thought Russia Today had a rather balanced view of most current affairs issues. It's the left-wing BBC and ITV that I find very biased.
Yeah, I don't know if that's particularly fair analysis, Alan. I mean,
but we welcome your opinions.
Yeah. I mean, I think got to be a little bit careful. I don't think you can compare all those organisations directly. It's quite interesting. Richard from Durham says we should continue to broadcast Russian propaganda because it illustrates how ridiculous the Russian leadership is. I think that was the point I was trying to make earlier on, really. Rather than stick our heads in the sand, it's actually seeing what they're being made to say actually could give us some sort of insights into what is going on. I've got to say, back onto that, where should we spend our money, and should we spend it on 9 million quid on improving the arts in the North East and the North West? Brian's in Tyne Wear. Morning, Brian. They said, ask the government to feed my electricity meter, not the arts. Good point.
There's a lot of you siding with Stephen on this one. Charles in Yorkshire has said, we don't want art. We want well-paid jobs in the fracking industry powering a wealthy North, and we want wealthy middle-class NIMBYs to butt out. I kind of agree. There's a lot to agree with in that.
Yeah. Well, I tend to agree. That's how you level up, isn't it? I mean, I've got to say, in terms of the fracking thing, I've never been a fan of fracking. I sort of worry about the sort of tremors it can cause and all that sort of issue.
I don't know enough about it. I don't know enough about the potential damage of fracking.
Well, there is potential damage from it, but there's potential damage from digging coal mines and all the rest of it, isn't there? But there's huge damage from digging coal mines. We did that. And I just think it's interesting we're at this point where fuel security is very important, and fossil fuels are not the long-term solution. We really know that. But having a bit of fuel security over the next couple of decades may actually be exactly where we're heading. But, I mean, like you, Bev, I'm no expert in this, and that's why we want your views on all of these issues, because they affect you, especially if you live in places like Blackpool, where a lot of these fracking areas were meant to be. Do you mind? Do you want it in your area? Are you concerned about the impacts, or are you thinking, well, actually, it's going to bring jobs, it's going to boost the economy, it's going to help with levelling up, actually improve areas like Blackpool that could do with a huge influx of cash to improve the area there? Let us know what you think. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
OK, stay with us, because we have plenty more to come this morning, including driven to distraction in Northern Ireland. If you're hiring out cars for weddings or funerals, prepare for a nightmare of red tape.
Hello. It's looking rather unsettled across the UK through this weekend, with showers or longer spells of rain. There will still be some sunshine in between, but it will often be windy, particularly through this evening, overnight into Sunday. So we look at the pressure pattern then. You can see the first frontal system has cleared its way to the north. That's what brought the rain on Friday. Behind it, a brief respite, but that's ahead of the next low pressure system that's winding its way up to push in from the Atlantic, bringing more wet and windy weather. So we look at the picture then for the first thing on Saturday morning then. Quite cloudy with showery outbreaks of rain affecting many northern parts, but actually improving for a time across Northern Ireland, much of England and Wales, with more in the way of sunshine, but still a few showers that could be on the heavy side. For many parts, winds will ease for a time compared to Friday as well. So I think in that sunshine towards the south, highs of 12 or 13 degrees will feel quite mild, highs of 8 to 10 degrees further towards the north. But already by the early part of the afternoon, we're seeing heavy rain and strong winds spreading into the southwest of England. We do have a warning in force for that. We could see gusts up to 60 miles an hour, and all that heavy rain will sweep its way northwards and eastwards as we head through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight. So by the end of the night, most places seeing some outbreaks of rain. But it's the strength of the wind we do need to keep the closest eye on. As we see this low pressure pushing in from the Atlantic, we see some particularly strong winds across western coastal areas. Again, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible in exposure, turning windier elsewhere as well. So we get off to a rather cloudy start on Sunday morning once again. Outbreaks of rain across the central slice of the UK. A bit of dry, brighter weather either side, but already there's a rash of showers affecting much of Northern Ireland, western parts of Wales and England. And again, these could be heavy with the risk of hail and thunder. And we've still got those strong winds across the country, with further warnings in force across many western areas. Despite the cloud, wind and rain though, it will stay on the mild side. So after an unsettled day to come on Sunday, it will gradually settle down though as we head into the early part of next week. We'll see more in the way of dry, brighter weather, more in the way of sunshine, and thanks to that sunshine, temperatures should respond as well. So we could see highs of 15 or 16 degrees in the south.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
Basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
It is 9:27, you're watching Breakfast on GB News. It's time to bring you up to date with the very latest headlines.
As we've been reporting this morning, President Joe Biden has stressed that his country will not fight a war against Russia in Ukraine. In a tweet, he said the United States would defend every inch of NATO territory, but a direct confrontation would be World War III and must be prevented.
Ukrainian authorities have released CCTV footage which they say shows Russian forces abducting the mayor of Melitopol, Ivan Fedorov. GB News can't independently verify the video. However, Ukrainian President Zelensky has accused Russia of violating international law. Russia hasn't commented.
Greater Manchester Police are appealing for information after a 19-year-old man died from stab wounds in Bury on Friday. The incident happened in the town centre, and the force is asking any members of the public who have mobile phone footage to please come forward.
New research from the TUC says energy bills could increase by 14 times faster than wages this year. Their analysis shows gas and electricity set to rise by 54% when the price cap changes in April, but average weekly wages will go up by just 3%.
The North East and North West of England are to receive more than £9 million each from the Department of Digital Culture, Media and Sport. It's part of the government's £48 million levelling up drive to improve people's access to the arts and power economic growth through culture. Thanks for watching us this morning. Now, if you're trying to hire a limo in Northern Ireland for a wedding or funeral, prepare to swallow some extra costs. Licensing rules have made things a little tricky.
Yeah, limousines in the province are licensed as though they were taxis. Now, that can add a lot of overheads. The industry's been pushing for this legislation to be removed. Our Northern Ireland reporter, Doogie Beattie, has more.
Getting a lift to your wedding or funeral in Northern Ireland is not so easy. For over a decade, limousines of any shape have been held inside laws that govern everyday taxis. Mike Barr of the Wedding Vehicle Association wants laws brought into line with the rest of the UK.
Well, if you run a wedding or a funeral business in England, Scotland or Wales, you're exempt from taxi legislation. And the taxi legislation in Northern Ireland is very excessive, where our drivers have to do theory tests, practical test, and then they have to do CPC training every year to maintain their licence. The theory test alone is a very low pass rate of it's around 21 or 24%.
Costs for this training are expensive and time consuming. Andrew McMullen speaks for the National Funeral Directors and says that the current legislation has no relevance to the job in hand.
To put a driver through PSV licence training is approximately £500, plus you have to do CPC training of 35 hours of taxi driving regulation, which is totally irrelevant to the service and the needs of the bereaved in Northern Ireland.
Jonathan Buckley is the chair of the Infrastructure Committee, and they are confused as to why exemption certificates cannot be used in the short term to assist the industry.
We can't seem to understand why a simple solution such as temporary exemption certificates have not been issued to the industry. The Minister has said that they're looking for a comprehensive review of the 2011 Taxis Act. What I would be saying to the Minister for Infrastructure and indeed her officials are, let's sort this problem out now by granting temporary exemption certificates to those involved in both wedding cars and indeed funeral directors to allow them to get on with their business, while we in politics can sort out the minutiae of why they should or should not be involved in such taxi legislation going forward.
The economic growth after the pandemic is only now starting to show. The hospitality sector was particularly hard hit, and small changes to legislation such as this may well assist that growth. We did ask the Minister to appear on camera. She refused and released a statement saying no exemption certificates would be released, pointing around road safety and the taxis bill. The industry does realise that regulation of some kind has to be in place, but it has to be relevant to its needs.
A one-size-fits-all taxi legislation does not work. I'm happy for my drivers to go through an Access NI check, which means that they're of good repute. They do a medical, and as long as they have a clean licence, and I'm happy with their driving, obviously, as well, then I don't see what the issue is.
This legislation has been around since 2005, with small tinkering around the edges. But with elections due here within a couple of months, there will be no clear road ahead. Dougie Beattie, GB News, Belfast.
Now, if that whets your appetite for getting out for a drive today, mind you, you've got to think about the fuel prices at the minute, haven't you? You don't want to drive about for no reason at all. But if you are heading out in the car today, don't forget to put on GB News Radio on your DAB, because that way you can stay with us. If you're watching on the TV this morning, stay with us. Just pop us on in your car and we continue.
Good, I do that.
It's really good.
I didn't even know you were on the radio.
Yes.
And I was nearly working here.
Yeah. It is
but it's
really
brilliant.
handy.
It's really good, honestly.
Just means you never have to switch us off.
You don't have to see our faces.
No, which is a plus.
Exactly.
Let's be honest. Coming up, though, we've got all your newspaper front pages, and we've got Aidan and Stephanie with the sport and showbiz, so don't go anywhere.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
This is Breakfast on GB News. It is 9:36. Let's take you through the front pages.
Kyiv is ready to face the onslaught. That's the front page of The Times. It reports that residents who've stayed behind to mount a defence are relying on trenches, sandbags and relentless optimism. Stinging criticism in The Guardian from the French President Emmanuel Macron, who says Britain is not doing enough to make Ukrainian refugees welcome. The Telegraph leads with a call from the former Foreign Secretary Jeremy Hunt that Britain should massively increase its defence spending. Peace comes from strength, not luck, he says. And the Queen has pulled out of a Commonwealth Day service on Monday, fueling more fears about her health. Prince Charles is going to take her place. Now, at 11 o'clock today, a vigil will be held for Ukraine at Winchester Cathedral. It's a beautiful building. And joining us to tell us more now is our reporter, Alice Porter. Hello, Alice.
Hello there, good morning. Yes, I'm here at Winchester Cathedral. I have to say, it is absolutely stunning. I have never been here before, but my goodness me, what a day to come and visit. As you were saying, at 11 o'clock, a vigil will be taking place to mark all of those who are really suffering in the war in Ukraine. And joining me now is Dean Catherine Ogle. Thank you so much for letting me come along. Tell me, why did you want to organise this vigil here at Winchester Cathedral?
We're really aware of the tremendous concern of the local and the regional community for the people of Ukraine. And just we as Cathedral really want to help the whole community, whatever their faith background, to come and be together and to channel all those feelings of concern and worry, actually, into something that might be a little bit more positive. So we've invited people to come. And whatever people believe, they're very welcome to come. We're going to spend some time together in prayer and reflection. And we have members of other faith communities joining us to do that too. And we're going to also listen to music and try to have a sense of hope between us all, that we can channel all that feeling into some positive action.
Yes, I can really see. We've got some beautiful yellow and blue lights which are sort of just lighting up the whole cathedral. There's sort of candles that have been lit already. People can bring daffodils or candles and put them down as a sort of moment of reflection, because I think so many of us are just watching the news absolutely horrified, just feeling completely helpless right now.
And also, actually, it's reignited people's family memories of war and distress, and it's made it all come alive to them again. So I think we want to bring people to a place of beauty, to do something beautiful together and feel themselves part of a loving community. And that will give us hope that the world isn't supposed to be like this, and that we believe that love is stronger than hate, and love will always triumph in the end.
Now, there may be some people watching who think, well, that's not what's needed right now. We need to be sending over money. We need to be sending all sorts of things over to Ukraine. Can really sort of being quiet with a candle, is that really what's needed right now? But I'm guessing as a dean of a cathedral, you would have a very different view on that.
Well, being quiet with a candle is actually a way of channeling that energy, which could become quite negative or quite depressed, channeling it into a much more positive way. So we've produced this leaflet, which is just some of the things that people can do to help. And we're having also a presentation from the Disasters Emergency Committee. And that will help us to want to contribute money, and we will see where our money is going to support Ukraine.
Well, look, thank you so much for letting me come along. The vigil will be taking place at 11 o'clock and anyone can come, and we're expecting quite large numbers of people to kind of come, bring a candle, lay a flower down and really just sort of have a moment of reflection for people who are suffering in Ukraine right now.
OK, Alice, thank you. Thank you for that. And I do think it is important to have those moments of reflection, actually. And Winchester Cathedral, wow, what a beautiful place. Yeah. To do that, and just to hold. Sometimes it's just holding people in your thoughts, I think, can be a very powerful thing, and then help to motivate you to then go out and do something practical as well. Yeah. Now, Colchester United is helping support the evacuation efforts of Ukrainian civilians by dedicating their upcoming home fixture against Forest Green Rovers. The Essex team will donate all gate receipts towards helping refugees escaping to neighbouring countries, and our reporter Amelia Harper is in Colchester for us this morning. And again, it's great to see clubs and organisations, big and small, doing what they can, Amelia.
Well, that's right, and I've got the club chairman here, Robbie Cowling, who will tell us exactly why they want to do this. But as we've been telling you the whole morning, I think part of the reason that you've been saying, Robbie, is that you want to try to start a movement. You want to do something just to try to help the refugees that are coming out of Ukraine. But as you said, every penny of these £10 tickets are going to be going towards the British Red Cross and their humanitarian effort. But of course, here to tell us more, Robbie, just tell us why you wanted to do this, because you could really start something here.
Yeah, so I think, like everyone, I've been shocked and devastated at what's going on. But like many of us, I've also been inspired by those acts of kindness that we're seeing everywhere, especially from the neighbouring countries like Poland. And so that inspired me to think, what could I do? How can I make some sort of difference? So the decision was that for the game that we're having, we're going to give every single penny of what we collect in gate receipts to the Red Cross, so they can give it to the humanitarian aid. So that's what we wanted to do. But I realised that even if we sell the game out and give every penny, it's still only going to be a drop in the ocean. So what I'm hoping we can do is inspire other people to do something similar. It may not be as big as giving all their gate receipts away, but other clubs can all do something, and other organisations could.
Well, that's it, almost starting at that rolling effect of other clubs and other organisations perhaps. And how have fans reacted to this?
Yeah, our fans have been brilliant. I mean, the issue we have at Colchester is we've got a very loyal but quite a small support. And it's only on big occasions that we can fill our stadium. So we need everyone in Colchester to get behind this. Come and attend. You don't have to be a football fan to come and support what we're trying to do. It's just so important. It's televised, and it's important that when people see it on TV, they see that the town have come out, made a real effort to get behind what we're doing. And I just can't see how everyone else won't respond to that and want to do similar acts.
And your players are going to be coming out in blue and yellow, is that right?
Yeah, predominantly yellow with a little bit of blue. We're normally all blue, but it's a kit that's very, very similar to the Ukrainian national team. And again, hopefully that can get some news, and the news can get back to some of the people that maybe are suffering and lift their spirits a bit.
It's a great initiative, and this is what we want to do here on GB News, is to bring, the regions really into this national picture. And I just want to touch on something, actually. Chelsea Football Club, they are really suffering because of the links of Russian oligarch Roman Abramovich. One of his assets is Chelsea. They have been given a special licence to continue playing. However, they cannot sell any more tickets, and they've got a ban on selling any match merchandise. What are your thoughts on this situation for the club?
Yeah, so what I've been trying to put forward is that let them sell the tickets, let them sell the merchandise, and let that money also go to maybe the Red Cross or perhaps another humanitarian aid charity that the Chelsea fans would like it to go to. I think it would sort of be ironically poetic if that money was to then go to help the Ukrainians, considering whose sanctions would have brought that money forward.
So you would prefer to see essentially that money almost doing what this club here is doing?
Yeah, I think if they allowed 5,000 away fans and they was all paying £20 a ticket to go and watch them, they'd raise £100,000 every game now to the end of the season.
Because you're trying to fill out your stadium, aren't you? £10 a ticket. You've got 10,000 seats. Do you think you're going to fill the whole stadium?
I really hope so, and I've got to thank GB News again, because as well as reporting, you are promoting what we're doing, and it's so important we do, as I said, because of that chain reaction that it could have. So yeah, we're very optimistic. The tickets have been selling pretty quickly. I'd like to see them sell even quicker, so please, local people, do come along and support what we're trying to do.
Well, thank you very much, Robbie Cowling, the club chairman here at Colchester United. Best of luck with that match on the 21st.
OK, Amelia, thank you. And do you know what? If you're going to go to that, we'd love to hear from you. And as you were saying there, whether you're a football fan or not, doesn't matter. 10 quid, if you've got it, go to the match. And it's, 100 grand. Might be a drop in the ocean, but it's 100 grand nonetheless. It's going to help a lot of people. Great stuff. I love that.
OK. Time now to look at the biggest sporting and showbiz events taking place this weekend. We're pleased to say we're joined in the studio by sports broadcaster and journalist Ada McGee and entertainment reporter Stephanie Tacchi. Did I get that right?
Tacchi.
Thank you.
Everyone always says it wrong, don't
worry.
Sorry,
Stephanie. It's our first day of meeting today.
Don't worry, I've had it my whole life, so it's OK.
She's Tacchi.
I know.
When it comes to her name.
I can't win, because tacky means cheap, and I'm like, I'm far
No.
And then tetchy means always a bit on edge, so I cannot win.
Well, you ain't cheap, darling, you ain't cheap. Aidan, let's kick off with it, because we were just talking Chelsea.
We were indeed, but it's been engulfing the entire sporting landscape over the last, well, certainly since Thursday, when the government announced, as expected, that Roman Abramovich was going to be subjected to sanctions. And if you look at... So I remember when my days on the News of the World, when a story is this big, there are so many different angles and takes on it. I've looked through every paper today and there's a different angle. The only two that really dovetail are the ones on the back of the Telegraph. Matt Law, an old friend of mine, saying that Abramovich has given a green light to the sale. Now, it's not really in his gift to sanction the sale, but I guess he could make things difficult if he wanted to. He is technically still the owner of the club. He wants to get things done quickly. The government, according to Matt Hughes and Matt Barlow on the back of the Daily Mail, are saying that they want a quick Chelsea sale. It's very possible that the club could be under new ownership by the time they face their next home game after tomorrow, obviously, because the sanctions don't really hit on a match day tomorrow because tickets have been bought prior to March the 10th and they'll be honoured. But by the time of April the 2nd, when they play Brentford, it could be under new ownership.
But who's going to... If someone forks out the 2 billion or 3 billion or whatever they got for it, where does that money then go? Because it can't go to Abramovich.
It can't go to Abramovich. No, Abramovich has to prove that it's not going to him, which is why initially I thought, why didn't the government just seize this organisation? Chelsea's a British institution, quintessentially British. By harming Chelsea, you're harming the integrity, arguably, of the Premier League, which is one of the country's greatest exports. I think there are legalities that prevent them from doing that. However, Abramovich has to prove that he's not going to get any kind of financial benefit from it. That shouldn't be too difficult to do. He's already written off £1.5 billion. He's made £11 billion in the last month because of the rise in oil and gas prices. Yeah, he has.
Aidan, has there been any talks or any names of potential buyers?
Yeah, there's the Candy brothers are well known around West London. They're property developers. Now, they're I wouldn't say they're in the bump seat necessarily, but I would say that Chelsea fans would probably welcome a Chelsea fan as they are.
They're London born and bred, aren't they?
They are indeed, yes. They do a lot of property around the West End, certainly around... Well, you have to remember SW6 is one of the most expensive, prestigious postcodes in the whole of the world. So they're developers. Chelsea have got this huge problem, the elephant in the room that no one seems to be talking about at the moment, and it's been going on for the last 3 years. And in fact, it's tied up with why Abramovich kind of pulled away from Britain in the first place in 2018. That's because they have to build this stadium. And Chelsea, that costs you £1 billion. Now, two developers, like the Candy brothers, are capable of delivering that stadium. It's so tough to do. It's not like getting a plot elsewhere in the country and the council are throwing at you on the proviso that you build something. South West London, West London, all over London, in fact. Arsenal, Tottenham, West Ham have done well to get their stadiums up and running. For Chelsea, it's a different calibre.
So it might actually work out... Sorry, Stephen, I was just going to say, it might work out quite well for the club in the end and for the fans.
It could do. Look, Chelsea's viable. They're not selling a basket case. So there is interest. The revenue's around about £440 million a year from all sources. Matchday revenue's about 2 or 3 million. Their overheads are high.
Their wage bill.
The wage bill's high, but
28 million.
Yes, but prior to COVID, they made a profit of, in that financial year of 2019-20.
We've all lost track of time, don't worry. We don't know what year it is.
They made a profit of about £40 million. So listen, it's not going to impact the wealth of a billionaire too much, but at least it's not losing money, and that makes it that bit more viable than the average Premier League club, which loses money hand over fist on an annual basis.
Interesting. Didn't know that.
Yeah, funny.
Any other sport we should talk about while you're here?
Let me see. Well, there's England are playing in the rugby today against Ireland. England a little bit difficult to predict, but I think Ireland have a huge chance as well. They're a little bit difficult to predict as well. I think France are probably going to win it. France are probably going to win it overall, I would say. But it should be a good tie-up, a good clash there at Twickenham this afternoon. 4:30, I think, is kick-off.
Yeah, it is going to be a big political event. Micheál Martin, the Taoiseach, is turning up for that one. Is Twickenham, is it?
Yes, it is indeed.
So, there you go. Now, Stephanie.
Yes.
Let's talk Strictly.
Yeah, so, like, in the football world, it's been a bit crazy with Russian industries and stuff like that. It's the same going on in Strictly Come Dancing at the moment, because a lot of the dancers are all hail from different parts of the world, but you've got 2 dancers from Ukraine and you've got 2 dancers from Russia. That's Katia Jones and it's also Lupa Mushtik. So now in the papers have made a big deal that they haven't come out on their social media to condemn the invasion, and they said behind the scenes in Strictly it's left a bit of a bitter taste with dancers, and they've said it will be a bit bad for the show to bring back the these two dancers if they don't condemn the invasion. And so, you know, all morning we've been talking about how freedom of speech, and sometimes these kind of situations are uncomfortable to talk about, especially on social media, because if you say something, right, you still get penalised for it.
Look, there is no TV show that is better at getting publicity than Strictly Come Dancing.
Yes.
Whatever the news story is, they somehow manage to get themselves on page 5 of The Sun or whatever it is. I'd love to know if this is actually true, because I can't believe that dancers would be forcing the other dancers to come out. I cannot bear this kind of virtue signalling, the pressure on people to take a side. Just do what you do well, which is dance, be brilliant.
And that's what we're watching Strictly for. You know, like, all this stuff going on, people are looking for entertainment and a bit of lightheartedness. So to bring a show which is loved for entertainment into this, it just affects it. And we can't help where we're born. And these two dancers can't help that they're Russian, and they're not the ones who said, let's go to war.
No.
So the fact this has become a story even bemuses me, and whether it is true, who knows. But
well, talking of light-hearted entertainment, Jeremy Kyle.
Oh, my gosh. Anyone watch the Jeremy Kyle show on here? Yeah,
I interviewed him once a couple of years ago.
Oh, how was
it? He wanted to be on telly, so that was probably why.
So he's been off air.
Couldn't get on at the time.
You won't want to be on it at the moment.
Who wanted to be on it more, you or him?
So that's 50-50.
Yeah.
Well, you're here, Ed, and you're here, right? And he's not.
There's a lot of controversy.
There is. So this weekend, tomorrow, is going to be on Channel 4. There's going to be a show that's a documentary looking into the show called Death on Daytime. So obviously, we don't like talking about this at this time in the morning. But, you know, the show was taken off 2 years ago due to someone who appeared who committed suicide. And what this documentary is quite explosive, but it's going to be looking how toxic the show was with its guests. It's going to get former producers to talk about how they really affected people's mental health, and how the show has no chance of coming back. I think for a good few years, Jeremy's been, you know, trying to either get the show back or do more work, and it just looks like it's not going to happen. It's going to be a two-parter series on Channel 4 from tomorrow.
Yeah, do you know what? It might be interesting viewing, though.
Yeah.
There was that culture, there wasn't, and I think it's kind of gone a bit, maybe. But this idea that all TV had to be arguing, all had to be fighting and
20 years
conflict.
ago, I did production running at before my newspaper days at Anglia TV, and I worked on the Vanessa show, worked on the Trisha show. Then there was like the craze from America that we saw Jerry Springer.
That's right. That's where it started, wasn't it?
I don't think Jeremy Kyle started it, but I remember when guests didn't turn up and there was a panic, and so there was a scramble around to try and find the weirdest person you can possibly find to fulfill the show. In fact, there was a fake guest scandal.
Was that your first appearance on TV?
Exactly. There was a fake guest scandal, wasn't there?
Yeah.
In front of the News of the World back in about 2000.
Yeah.
I think that was going on for a long time. I really do.
Well, this is what this documentary is going to be looking at, all behind the makings of where they get these guests from and what they kind of force them to do. Because when we're watching at home, it's a bit of guilty pleasure kind of thing. You want a bit of entertainment.
But it's real lives, isn't it? They're not being destroyed in public. Airing your dirty laundry, as my mother would say.
Never a good thing. Never a good thing.
Talking of knickers.
Huh?
Well, it's your dirty laundry, isn't it? Talking of knickers.
Nice segue.
Rihanna's making a shed load of money.
Oh, my gosh. So Rihanna's currently a billionaire anyway. But
Is she a billionaire?
She is a billionaire.
Dollars or pounds?
Oh, does it matter?
Not really.
Who cares?
No.
She's a billionaire from her music, but also she has a lingerie brand.
And a makeup.
Yep, Savage times Fenty. And she's set to get even more money, guys, because she's set to take the lingerie brands onto the stock market. And it's predicted that she can make about £2.3 billion when it goes to float later this year.
Really?
Yeah. She's going to be one rich mama because we know she's expecting a baby.
Oh, there's a very odd picture of her.
I was just thinking, when are we going to have the picture up that a lot of our viewers might be waiting for, which is Rihanna in her knickers? Oh, there we go.
And she's flaunting it.
Yeah, well, if you've got it, you flaunt it. What do you think, Bev?
I've not seen this. So she's pregnant there.
Yeah, but she's been getting her bump out any time she can. So it's just, I know a lot of pregnant women like, go Rihanna, but they're like, now it's a bit too much, like, hide your bump. So what do you think?
Do you know what? I didn't even know she was pregnant.
Well,
I'm clearly well out.
I hope she's pregnant.
I know.
Is she wearing? Because she just seems to be walking about in bra and pants.
Yeah.
Lady's child.
Brand bra and pants.
They are. So
there you go. It's
self-promotion,
advertising.
and what she's been doing throughout her whole pregnancy. And the lingerie brand's done really well. It's been a hit.
Good for her, frankly.
Yeah.
Good for her.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, look, Aidan, Stephanie, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Always is.
And we'll see you both tomorrow. Yes. Cannot wait for that. But that is it from us. Thank you for joining us today. We're back at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, but don't go anywhere because Esther and Philip are coming up in just a moment with the Saturday selection.
Have a great weekend.
Hello. It's looking rather unsettled across the UK through this weekend with showers or longer spells of rain. There will still be some sunshine in between, but it will often be windy, particularly through this evening, overnight into Sunday. So we look at the pressure pattern then, you can see the first frontal system has cleared its way to the north. That's what brought the rain on Friday. Behind it, a brief respite, but that's ahead of the next low pressure system that's winding its way up to push in from the Atlantic, bringing more wet and windy weather. So we look at the picture then for the first thing on Saturday morning then. Quite cloudy with showery outbreaks of rain affecting many northern parts, but actually improving for a time across Northern Ireland, much of England and Wales, with more in the way of sunshine, but still a few showers that could be on the heavy side. For many parts, winds will ease for a time compared to Friday as well. So I think in that sunshine towards the south, highs of 12 or 13 degrees will feel quite mild, highs of 8 to 10 degrees further towards the north. But already by the early part of the afternoon, we're seeing heavy rain and strong winds spreading into the southwest of England. We do have a warning in force for that. We could see gusts up to 60 miles an hour, and all that heavy rain will sweep its way northwards and eastwards as we head through the rest of Saturday into the evening and overnight. So by the end of the night, most places seeing some outbreaks of rain. But it's the strength of the wind we do need to keep the closest eye on. As we see this low pressure pushing in from the Atlantic, we see some particularly strong winds across western coastal areas. Again, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible in exposure, turning windier elsewhere as well. So we get off to a rather cloudy start on Sunday morning once again. Outbreaks of rain across the central slice of the UK. A bit of dry, brighter weather either side, but already there's rash of showers affecting much of Northern Ireland, western parts of Wales and England. And again, these could be heavy with the risk of hail and thunder. And we've still got those strong winds across the country with further warnings in force across many western areas. Despite the cloud, wind and rain though, it will stay on the mild side. So after an unsettled day to come on Sunday, it will gradually settle down though as we head into the early part of next week. We'll see more in the way of dry, brighter weather, more in the way of sunshine, and thanks to that sunshine, temperatures should respond as well. So we could see highs of 15 or 16 degrees in the south.
GB News is the UK's home of discussion and debate
from all perspectives.
To stay up to date on the latest stories,
make sure that you subscribe to the GB News channel
right here on YouTube.
You can watch us live 24/7 across the whole world.
You can also check out exclusive content and catch up on previous episodes of your favourite shows.
Every day, we ask the questions
that you'd ask, so why not add your voice to the conversation in the comments section?
Don't forget to subscribe. We are GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every night at 11 on GB News, we bring you the next day's stories the day before.
It's basically like time travel.
If it's a big story, we'll cover it, guaranteed. But we'll also have some fun along the way.
Big opinions, big laughs. Sometimes big hair.
This is
Headliners, the paper review show that won't send you to sleep like the others will.
11 p.m, 7 nights a week. Join us.
Hello there, I'm Eamon Holmes.
And I'm Isabel Webster.
And we hope you can join us for
Breakfast with Eamon
and Isabel.
You make me laugh out loud, belly laugh.
Is that important first thing in the morning?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's me trying to be deadly serious. News is a serious business.
Yeah, I have to rein you in sometimes.
Well, it doesn't stop us laughing at it. It doesn't stop us having an opinion on what's going on.
Yeah.
And it certainly will not stop us reflecting what you think.
Weekdays from 6 to 9:30 on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and